Welcome back to the final part of this complete Angular project. If you are just joining, kindly check out the first part of this project in the link below. I will also leave the link to the complete project by the end of this session. So now it is time to go straight and work on the sign up and on the login page. So guys, let's go. Now I am on the code editor. Remember from the last session, we created the structure of this project and the sign up page is inside this auth folder. Remember, we created this from the first part of the project. So now let's go to the sign up page. And here in the sign up page, let's look at what we have. So we can have this like this. So now in the sign up page, let's simply add some fields. So let's use input, and of course for the username is going to be of type test, and we need to add a placeholder. Here let's say enter your username, and let's save this. And here we have this, but since we are using Angular material, we need to make this input field Angular material input field by simply coming to this place and add mat input. Now let's save this, and of course this will not work because if you are using an input field in Angular material, it must be wrapped in the mat form field. Now let's go to the documentation and look at this. So here, this is the Angular material page. So you can simply go to material.angular.io, and here you click on get started, and let's go to the components. And under the component, you can simply scroll down and look for input. So here, this is the input, and this is exactly what we need. So let's view code. When you view this code, you have the HTML, the TS, and then the CSS. If you look at this HTML, which is this, you see that we have the normal, it looks like the normal HTML input field with this particular mat input added to it, but the input field is wrapped inside the mat form field. This is important, and this is exactly what we need to do. So let's go back to our project. For now, we have this, and this is not what we want. So remember, you have to grab this, and let's wrap this inside the mat. It is the mat form field. Okay. And now we can put our input field. But now if you save this, you will see this is because from the first part of this project, we saw that whenever you are using any of the components, so let's go back to the Angular material documentation. I like working with documentation because there are a whole lot of information here. So whenever you are using any of these components, everything you see here, the card, they are all components. So for you to use any of these components, you must import the module. Here, you see, you have mat card module. This must be imported. And that is why in the first part of this project, we created this particular module. It's just a special module for the Angular material. We saw from the first part of the project that we could easily add these modules to our app module, but to make our project more organized and making the app module file a little bit dry, we actually created another module to undo Angular material modules, and we created a special module to undo our routing, which you will actually see this in the Angular documentation itself. You will see that for routing, there is a special module. So let's go here. If you've seen the first part of this project, you already know the solution, that the solution is simply to import the mat form field module /form field. And from this, we need the mat form field model, the model itself. And now we have to add this to both the import and the export. So remember, in the first part of the project, we said when you add this to the import, for instance, I have my math form field. Now this particular model is available in this module, in this class. So for us to be able to use this form field outside the class, we must also export it. Now we only added this to the import. If we save this and go back to the HTML template, we still have this error. So we must also add it to the export. So here we add the math form field model. And now when you save this file, everything should be back again. And you see the error is gone. Let's look at what we have. All right, so now we have this. And so let's go back to the template and actually understand what is happening. So you see, we have the math form field already, but there is one thing we are missing, which is actually to import this input model. So now let's go back to this particular app material model. And here you see we imported the math form field model, but we failed to import the math input model. Remember, if you go back to this particular material documentation, you see that the input is a component on its own, and the form field is also a component on its own. So the math form field, if you go to this example and look at this very well, let's look at the code together. So we have the math form field, and then we have this input. Now check the TLs. You see the math input model and the math form field model. These two must be imported. So let's go back to this. And here we also need to import slash. Here is going to be the input. Good. And in here, we need to import the math input model, this particular one. And now we can add it to both our import and our export. So here it's the math input model, and save this file. Remember to add it to both the import and the export. And now you see we have exactly what we need. We can now continue with this particular page. Now let's check the finished project and look at exactly what we want to do. This is actually what we want to achieve. So we have these particular fields, and let's go straight and actually implement that. So the first thing we need to do is actually to remove this particular math form field and wrap it in a form. Let's wrap our form in a div. So here, maybe we should just give this a class of form container. And now let's have a form. And here we can give it a class of auth form. So let's call it auth form. And we can remove this action. We don't need this. Inside this form, we can now add our math form field, and we save this. So now we have the field for username. Let's go straight and do the same. So I will just grab this form field and I will paste it here. For this, I'm going to change this to enter your email. Maybe you can write anything you want, maybe your email address or anything. And here, the type also should be email. And now we can save this. So we have this. Good. Let's copy this again and ask for password. So here, let's change this to password. And here, let's say enter your password. For now, let's check what we have. It's not looking good at all. So I think it's actually a good time to style this page. Let's go to the SCSS file. And here we need to grab this particular form container which is this particular container here, and it is the one wrapping the O form. So for this, let's just give it a width of 100 viewport width. So here should be 100 viewport width. And since we are using SCSS, we can also grab the second one, which is the auth form. And for this auth form, we can simply give it a display of flex. And now let's change the flex direction. For this is going to be colon. So when you save this, you see we have this now. But something is not looking too good. But first, let's align items to the center. And now let's grab the math form field. So when you align item to the center, you have this. So let's grab the form field itself, which is the math form field. So the math form, and for the math form field, let's simply give it a width of maybe 70%. You can style this page to your taste. So now what I did was to grab each of this particular row is the form field. So we increased the width to 70%. And for now, let's continue with our project. But we can give this maybe a margin top. Let's give it maybe a padding top, maybe 2.5 rem. And this looks better. So let's go back to this particular template. And after this form field, let's give H1. Let's write H1. And here we can just say welcome with exclamation mark, sign. Okay, so now we have this. So the next thing we are going to do is to add another math form field. So let's add another math form field. And you can simply go to the documentation and look for the dates. So you can look for the date picker. It's something like this. So you can always follow the documentation. You can view the code and look at how this is implemented. And you see that it is simply wrapped in the math form field. So let's go straight and implement this in our project. So here we also need to add the inputs field. And this has to be the math input. But here we don't need to specify the type. The next thing we need to add is the math date picker. So here, the math date picker. And for sure, we are going to get this error. And I am very sure you already know the solution to this. So we have to import the date picker model. So let's go straight here. And here we need to import. So we import from at Angular material / date picker. Very simple. In here, we need the math date picker. But for you to use the math date picker, you also need one more thing. Let's go to the documentation. And in the TS, you see there is an import for the math date picker and also the math native date module. So let's go straight here. We also need to import from at Angular. So it's going to be at Angular material, but now it's going to be /core. And here we need the math native date module. So the next thing we need to do is to add both to our import and our export. So we can simply do this, and it is the math date picker module, not math date picker, but the module itself. This math date picker module, we can remove this. And now we also need to add the math native date picker module. Now let's save this and go back to our sign up. And here you see the error is gone. And this particular math date picker, we need to add something here. So let's go back to the documentation, and from the documentation, you see we need to add a local reference, because with this local reference we can bind with our input field here. So here we simply use picker, and now in this place we can now bind to this date picker, which in here we need to search for the date picker, the math date picker, and we are going to equate it to this particular reference. So we are trying to bind to this particular local ref here. So in here we put picker, and let's save this now. We should already see something on the page, not exactly, so we only have our field. So we need to add the math date picker toggle, not sats, date picker toggle. So we can look for this. Good. And we need to add the for, because we have to bind the toggle also to the picker. Good. And if you go to the page now, you have this, which is close to what we want, but we need to push this toggle to this side. We need to add the math icon surface, and now you see we have this. Good. So for this date picker, actually we can add one more thing. So under the input we can add maybe int, math int. Inside the math int, in here let's write dd, which is the day. So let's write the month, and also let's add the year, and save this. And we can also add math label. So here we've added the math int. Let's also add math label. And for the math label, we can easily say curated at, which is exactly what we have in the finished project. So now we have this. But there is something we need to check, because now a user can come today and actually sign up, like pick next year as the curated at date. So we need to change this. And how do we do this? We need to bind. So we go to the math input, to this input field, and in this input field we need to actually set a mass, a maximum. So here let's set a maximum. So we can set mass, and let's say mass date. And you see we get this error because now we are binding. So with this bracket we're actually binding to this particular variable, and we don't have this variable in our TS file. So now we go to the TS file, and in here we can just write public, and we simply put this. So if you go back to the template, you notice that the error is gone. So in here let's write this, and this should be of type date. And now we need to implement on init. So we need to implement this on init lifecycle. And remember, this will now force us to actually add the ng on init method, because when you actually go to, so now this is this on init from Angular itself, and you see that on init will actually force you to implement this method, which is the ng on init method. So let's go back, and in here we need to implement the ng on init method. Good. And in this particular on init method, that is where we want to define what our mass date should be. So here we can simply say this should be equal to new date. Let's use dates. We don't need to use moments for this simple project. So now in the ng on init, let's take the mass date. And now we can set the full year to be this year, So if the user comes to our application in 2023, the user will only have access to 2023. If the user comes 2024, the user will only have access to 2024. So now we need to do this by taking the March date again and then get the full year. So what we did is to take the March date and we want to set the full year. We want to set the full year by getting so here we have access to today's date and then we get the full year, which is 2023, and we set that. So let's save this and go back to the page. So now we see 2023, and when you click here, you don't have access to tomorrow. So you are only restricted to today and only 2023. You don't have access to 2024, but you can decide to go back to 2022 to any other year. But we don't want you to go above this 2023. And of course, if you are signing up today, you shouldn't pick tomorrow. Since you are signing up today, we only want to give you access to today, to today's date. So this is one of the way you can actually set the maximum or actually decide to set the minimum for your date picker. All right. So now we can move to the next thing. Let's look at the complete project and see the next. So the only thing we have to do now is to add the sign up, and also we need to add this. So let's go back and we need to add the button. So after the Math form field, we can simply add our button, which is the normal HTML button. And here we need to say sign up. So it's the normal HTML button, but in here we must add something. So if you save this file, you have this. In order to make this Angular material button, you need to add the Math button. So in here we can add the Math button. And let's save this. So remember, we have to import the Math button model. So let's go back here, and in here we need to import. So we import from @Angular/button. Good. And here we need the Math button model. And we need to add this to both the import and the export. So it is the Math button model. And now we can save this. You see, you have this. But we can also change this. So let's go back to our sign up. We can actually change this to Math button or Math raised button. So Angular material give us access to a lot of this. You have the Math raised button, you have the stroke button. You can check out all these things and play with it. So when you save this now, you see, this is the Math raised button. And here we can give it a color. So we can simply set the color, and here let's set it to primary. And you save this. So now we have this. Let's go to the documentation so that I can show you more about this button. So here you have the button, and for the color you can actually set it to primary, to accent, to any of these. You have the fab button, you have the different types. So please go to the documentation and actually check this out and use anything you want. So let's go back to this to the CSS file, and in here we can grab the button and let's just increase the width. So here we can set the width also to 70%, and let's save this. So now we have this. We can actually give it a little bit space. So let's add the space between this and the form field, and margin should be good for that. So let's give this, and for maybe 2 rem or 2.5 rem. Let's use the same 2.5 rem for consistency. And now we have this, and I think this is too much. Let's use 2 rem instead. Okay, this looks better. Remember, for the password, now we need to do something. So let's go back to the password field. We can actually close this to have more space, and I want you guys to understand this very well. I'm sorry if I am too slow, but the goal is for you to understand exactly what we are doing. So for the password here, we have this password field, but now let's add a button. And remember, for this to become Angular Material button, you need to add the matte button. But for this, you see, we also have icon button. So here we are going to use the matte icon button. And inside this matte icon button, we can also use matte icon. So Angular Material also give us access to icons. And in here, you can write the type of button you want to use. For instance, if I put home and we save this, let's go back to our form. You see, you have this. But that is not what we want. We want this visibility. We want this. Good. Now, we don't just want to write this. We want to write this. So we want to write this based on condition. Also, for this type, we don't just want to write password. So the goal is when you click this, it should show you what you are typing. And moreover, the style is so bad. So, and here we can add the matte surface, and save this. So now we have this, which is better than what we have before. But we don't just want to use the visibility, and we don't just want to write password or write text. We want to do this based on something. So let's bind this type. So let's go to the TS file, and here in the TS file, let's add yet, and let's say show password, and of course this should be type bool. And by default, this should be false. So by default is going to be false. So let's add a public method here. And we can call this toggle show password. And the goal here is to just grab this show password. So when this is toggled, we want to take the show password and set it to the opposite. So currently it is false. When this method is called, we want to set it to the opposite. So you use this equal sign and you use this negate symbol. So this should be show password. What did we do here? Whenever this method is called, if show password is true, we just set it to false, and if it is false, we set it to true. Good. So in here, we want to write type to be equal to based on this show password. So if show password is true, we use this ternary operator. So if show password is true, then this should be test. Otherwise, the type should be password. As simple as this, we save this. But here also, we don't just want to write visibility, but we are going to wrap this. We use the interpolation. So if the show password is true, we use the visibility. Otherwise, we use visibility off. When we save this, this is not going to work. So when you type, you always have this, which is not what we want. So in here, remember the show password is in our TS file. So we have to bind. We don't just use the type, but we have to bind to this and save this now. So when you save this now and you type, you see, when you click on this, nothing happens. And if you notice, this page is being refreshed when you click on this. This is because a button, when you have a button inside a form, it actually tries to submit the form by default. So we need to set the type of this button. We simply set the type to button and we save this. And let's use this opportunity to set the type of this one to submit. Let's save this. So if you go back and click on this, you notice that the page is not being refreshed any longer. But when we click on this, we need to add a click listener. So let's go back to this particular button, which is this. So in here, let's add a click listener, and we are going to grab this. Remember, we have toggle show password. So this, now we need to call this method. So here, let's add the expression here, and we save this. Good. Let's go back to what we have now. And so when you type and toggle this, you see this actually works. But there is something strange here, and this should be because of the style we added to this button. So this button, we added a margin top. So I think we should correct that. Instead, for this particular button, we can give it a class. So let's give it a class of submit, a class of btn submit. And now let's grab this and go back to our style sheet. And instead of using button here, we can simply change it to this. And now everything looks good. You see, everything looks good. The next thing we need to do now is to actually get the user input. So we need to have access to whatsoever a user enters in this page. If a user selects a date, we want to have access to it. And we also want to validate each of these input fields. So we don't just want a user to enter anything or enter any stuff as email and be able to submit without any validation. So let's do that now. For the sign up form, we are going to use the template driven approach. And for the login page, we use the reactive form. And this is because I want us to see the both template driven approach and the reactive approach. So without wasting our time, let's do that very quick. So we can close this to actually have more space. For this sign up form, if you are using the template driven approach, the first step is to add a local ref to your form, not the div, but to this form itself. Here we need to add a local ref, and here let's call it the sign up form. Sign up form values. We save this, but we need to equate this to the ng form. And now we should get an error because for us to use this, we need to import the form model. So let's go back to our app. Now it is not the material. It is not the app material model. We need to go to the app model itself. And in the app model, inside the imports, we now need to import the forms model. We need to import the forms model. When you save this, that error should be gone. You see, now we have this. We are almost done with the template driven approach. We are almost done. The next thing you need to do is to go to each of these input field. So we go to each of the field, and in this field, so for the username, we have this particular input field. Here we need to add the ng model. This, as simple as that. But there is one more thing that is very important. If you save this file and come to this page, and when we go to the console, we actually get an error. If ng model is used within a form tag, either the name attribute must be set or the form control must be defined as standalone. This is another thing we are going to see in a more advanced project. So let's close this and go back to our template. Now we can close this. So once you add this ng module, it is very important for you to add this name attribute. So we need to set the name, and here we can simply use username. You are going to see the use case of this again. And let's go to the second one, and also we add the ng module, and we also add the name, and here is going to be email. We do the same thing for all the input field, for all the fields. So here we also add our ng module, and we set the name to password. As simple as this. So for our password, we've done that. Let's go to the date. Remember, for the date, this is the input field for this particular math date picker. So in here, we simply add the ng module, and we also set the name to be equal to, here we can just use curated at. Curated at. And I think that's all. We save that. Guys, we are done. Now we have access to whatsoever anyone types inside this particular field. We have access to them. But one question is, how do we actually access the values? So with this particular local ref, we now have access to the values of this input. How do we use them outside the template? How do we use them outside the template? But in order to actually prove to you that we now have access to the values of this input field, let's do something. So you see now, even when I don't enter the email, I can actually click on this button and it is clickable. But now let's disable that. So here in the button, we can actually bind to disable. So disabled, and we have access to the sign up form values. So let's grab the sign up form values, and we are going to disable it if it is not valid. So you see now we have .valid. So let's grab this .valid, and we negate this. So if it is not valid, we are going to disable it. So now when I try to submit this, nothing happens. This is because we've not actually added any validation to the fields. So for this to work, now we can go to the username, and here we can add required without this. So you save this, and automatically you see there is a change already. So if for the username, if I remove this username, you see this field is disabled. So let's do the same thing for all the fields. For the email, we are going to make it required, and so we can add the email so that whenever a user enters anything that is not of the email format, is going to show an error. So here for the password, let's also make it required. And lastly, for the date, it is also required. And now let's save this. You see, this is disabled, but this is not a good user experience. We should only disable this particular button if a user already touched these form fields. So let's go back here. So we say disabled if the form is not valid and the sign of form .touched. I'm going to show you all this in a moment. So now let's save this, and now you see this. This button will only be disabled if I touch any of the input field without entering a valid data. So here, if I now write a@gmail and I actually pick a date, you see this is back, and this is very nice, guys. But let's do more things here. So let's go to the password field, and this is the password field. Remember, this is the math field wrapping the password. this particular one, and we add the toggle button that shows this. So under this math input here, we can add math int. Good. We can add math int, and inside this math int, we want to actually show, as the user is typing, we want to grab the length of the password and show to the user. So here we can write over 8 for now, and here we have access to int label. So here we can say must be at least 8 characters long, or something like this. Must be at least 8 characters. And let's save this and go back to the page. You see, we have must be at least 8 characters, and we see /8. But now we can change this to align. So let's use end and save this. So we now have this. So the goal is, as a user is typing, we want to be able to see the number of characters. So how do we grab? Now we have access to the form values, the sign off form values. But the question now is, how do we grab this particular password field alone? How do we grab the value? And we do that by simply adding a local ref to any of the field you want to access its value. So I need access to this password. I will add a local ref to this password, and I'm going to bind this to the ng model. This is as simple as this. So we add the local ref and we are binding it to the ng model. We are going to see a deeper explanation to this. So here, now I can grab this particular password. So I can say password dot. Now I have access to, you see, dot dirty, disabled, enabled, value. But what I need is the value. So password of value will give me exactly the value the user entered in this particular input field. And I want to check the length. Let's save this. And now let's go to the console. And you see, there is an error reading property of length. And this is because when this page loads, at first, the password is actually null. The password.value is null. And we are trying to read the length. And that is why you get this error. So in here, actually here, this value, we need to add optional chaining. So we only check the dot length if this is not null, if it is truthy. So now you see the error is gone. This is very important to understand when to use this optional chaining. This is very important. Now let's go and start typing. And you see, as you type, you can get the number of password, because we want to show an error if the password is less than 8. How do we do this? Because the only thing we added is this math int, which is different from error. Of course, the required, we make it in such a way that when this field is empty, for instance, when you remove everything, the line becomes red. But we need to improve the user experience. And how do we do this? Let's give the user more information. Why is this line? Why is it red? So here we can now add the math error. And for this math error, we are going to say password must be at least 8 characters. Now let's go to the page and try removing everything. Now we have 2, but we are not seeing this error. But let's remove everything. You see, we see this, the math error only happens when this particular field is totally empty, when we remove everything. But that is not what we want. We want it in such a way that when the password is less than 8, we shouldn't see the label, the math int. We should see the error immediately. So here we need to actually add a condition here. So we can use the ng if. So the ng if, and we want to check if this password, if this particular password here has an error of min length. So if the length is less than 8, and that means here we need to add the min length, and here we equate it to 8. So now we can check if password, remember this password is the local ref we added here. So if password dot has error, and which error? The min length error. So let's save this and go to the page. So now let's reduce this. You see, immediately the password is less than 8, we get this error. But once the password is greater than 8, we see the math int. And this is exactly what we want to do. So guys, you can actually go more into this validation using template-driven approach. I think for this project, this is actually enough. The next thing we want to do is, when the user submits the form, how do we have access to all this? Now, we only remember when you are using template-driven approach, you only have access to this only in the templates. Now, how do we access this thing in our TS file? We need the form, we need the values in our TS file. So we do this by simply adding, so let's add the ng submit. And here we can say on submit sign up form. You can call this anything you want, but I like being more explicit. So on submit sign up form, and now we can pass this particular, remember this is a local reference. You see, when you over on this, you see it's a reference. So we can pass the sign up form in here. And we have an error because now, of course, you can even go through the error. This does not exist on the sign up component. So we need to add this particular expression. We need to add it as a method in our sign up, in our TS file, which is this sign up component. So in here, we need to add yet another public method. And here, remember, we are going to receive the sign up form value. So here we can say sign up form values. You can call this anything, it does not matter. We can even use sign up form var to just show you that it's not a must you use the same name as you have here. So here it is of the type of ng form. So it's of the type ng form, and this must be imported from the Angular forms. Remember here, this is equal to ng form. So let's go back to our TS file and complete this method. Good. Now we can save this. Also go back and save this particular page. Good. And now we have access to all the values, because now we can actually console.log the sign up form. And let's save this and see what we have. Now we can go to our console. Let me expand this a little bit. So let's fill this form. Let's say a@gmail.com, and let's pick a date, which should be today, and let's submit. And now you see we have access to ng form. You see we have access to this ng form, and this is the form group itself, which has controls, and the controls are each of these particular input fields. So the created at, the email, they are all the controls. And also we have the value. So if you scroll down, you have the value, which is an object containing everything I entered. You see a@gmail.com, you see great. There is a course, I actually have a course on form validation on Angular template driven approach and reactive forms. I think you can check that out, because in there I explained everything we have here in that particular video. So now I think we have access to what we want now, and we can move to the login page in order to complete this project on time. And for the login page, we are going to be a little bit faster because it's going to be almost the same thing. So here, let's add a div and give it a class of, let's say, form container. And in here, we add a form and give it a class of the same thing, auth form. And remember, we remove this action because we don't need it. Angular handles that for us. And in here, we need to add the same thing, which is the math form field. So all we need there is simply a username. So we need the math input. No, remember, for the math input is simply input. And to make it Angular material, you need to add math input. This. And let's add a placeholder. Here, I'm going to write username. And let's save this. And I'm going to grab this and paste it here. Here is going to be of type email. And here, let's simply change it to email. And now let's paste it one more time. And this should be password. And this should be password also. And I think that is all we want. The last thing we need to add is a button. And here we say login. And here we can put the math icon button. No, we need the math raise button or the math stroke button. And here, let's give it a color of also, let's say, primary. And let's save this. And now we can go to the login page. We have this. So in order to save our time, since the sign up form and the login form is the same thing, we can actually do something. Let's remove all the styles in here. So let's remove the style from this sign up page and add it in our global style sheet. This is because this project is not too large. So this shouldn't affect anything because we only have the sign up and the login forms. So we can just put this here and use it for both pages. So you see in the sign up, it is still okay. And in the login, we have this. But we need to give the login button a class in order to have the style we used in the sign up page. So let's go to the login template. And this, for this button, first, let's give it a type of submit. And next, let's give it a class of btn submit. And we can save this. And you see, we have this. The next thing we need to do is actually to use the reactive form approach to get access to our form values. And remember, now we are going to see the difference between the template-driven approach and the reactive form. Now let's go to the TS file. Remember, for the sign up page, we did everything in the templates and we had access to the values right here in the template. But now for the login, we are going to do everything in the TS file. And we now see that we are going to have access to everything right from the TS file. And this actually is more robust. It gives us enough, like it gives us access to do a lot of stuff with this particular form field. So this particular reactive approach is very good when you are working with a larger project. But I want to do this so we understand the both approach. So here we can easily add a public, and here we can call it the login form values. And this should be of type form group, which must be imported from Angular form. And let's initialize this to null because at the beginning it's actually null. So now we need to go to our ng on init, and that means we have to implement on init. and that will force us to actually add the ng on init method. So in this ng on init, I want to grab this particular login form. So let's take the login form, and we are going to equate this to new form group. And in here, we can now pass this object. We have the username, and this should be of new form control. And in here now, we can actually pass the first value, which for now, for the username, this should be an empty string. And let's go to the second one, which is our email, and we do the same thing. So this should be new form control. And also, let's pass an empty string. Here we need to add a comma, and the last field is the password, and this should be new form control. And for the password, we also passed an empty field. And now we can save this. So now we have our form, we have our login form values in the TS file. Now we need to link it to the template. So let's go to the template, and in here, let's add something. So we need to bind to the form group. So here is going to be form group and is equal to this particular property here. So let's take this and equate it to this. Now we have this error because we need to import the reactive form model. Remember, when we worked on the template driven approach, we imported the forms model. The same way, we need to go to the app model, and in here we need to add the reactive forms model. And now we save this. Remember, this must be imported from Angular Forms. You see, this must be imported from Angular Forms. So now we can go back to this sign up page, and the error should be gone, as you see. But for the template driven approach, here we added the ng model, but in this case we are not going to use the ng model. We only need the form control name, and this must be the same thing. It must be the same thing with what you used here. So here we used username, we used email, we used password. So here we need to, the first one for the username is simply username. Good. And the second one is simply the same thing, form control name, and this is equal to email. And lastly, remember, this must be on the input. We need a form control name, and this must be equal to password. As simple as this. We are done. We are done. Now we have access to this. But remember, guys, for the template driven approach, we needed to add the name attributes. Here we don't need it. All we need to do is to add this form control name. That is all we need to do. So let's save this. And now we need to also add what should happen when this form is being submitted. But we want to do something when a user submits this form. And that is why we need to add this ng submit. And here we can say on submit login. In here, we don't need to pass anything because this is already in our TS file. So we can just grab this expression and add it as a method in our TS file. So here I can use the public and I can paste this. And all we need to do now is to simply console.log. So let's console.log the login form values, which is this here. Remember, for the template driven approach, we had to pass a parameter. We had to pass something here, which was the sign up form. But for this, we don't need to pass anything. Check the template. We did not pass anything. So we can save this now and go back to this form. Look at the console. When I click this, you see you have access now to the same thing, form group, but now we are using the reactive approach. The next thing we want to look at is how to add validation when working with reactive approach. So let's go straight and do this. I also have a video on these reactive forms, so you can check it out. All right, so now we have access to this. Let's go to our first thing first. Let's go to this button and let's add disabled. So we disable it if the login form value dot valid. So we negate this if it is not valid. Let's save this. But first, this will not work, as you see. Even when we added this does not work. And I will tell you why in a moment. This is because, remember, for the template driven approach, we added required. If you check the video again, we added this required, we added all this validation in the template. But for the reactive approach, everything has to be done here. So in here, we can pass another thing. Either we pass an array, or simply here, we can use validators here. So we can say validators dot required. And we save this. We can do the same thing here. Validators dot required. And here also, we do the same thing. We use validators dot required, and these validators must be imported also from @Angular forms. Now let's go back and look at this code we wrote. Actually, let's finish the validation and then we are going to clean up this. We are going to clean up this very, very quick. So let's save this now and go back. You see, this is now disabled. But just the same way we did in the sign up page, we don't just want to disable this. We only want to disable it if a user touch this particular, if a user touch any of the field. So here we say dot touched. Let's save it and this should change. All right, I hope you get this, guys. And please, if I am too fast, just make sure you change the speed of the video. Thank you. All right, so now let's go to the next thing we want to do. Now let's see how we can actually add validation to each of the inputs. So the only thing we added in the TS file is the required. You see, is this required? But now, instead of just the red line, let's show the user a message. Let's improve the user experience and tell them why. So for the email, let's go back to this template. So for email, in here, instead of using just validators or required, you can also pass an array that takes all the validators you want to add. So here I can now add validators dot email. You see, we also have validators. You can add a lot of things. So for the password field, we do the same thing. Now I'm going to show you yet another method. So here, instead of using just this array, I can actually remove this, and in here I'm going to add an object, and inside this object now I'm going to add validators, and this will now take an array of all my validators. So here I can write validators dot. For the password, first we need required. Of course, the password should be required. And also we now need validators dot, we need the min length. The min length of the password should be what? Should be 8. So you need to pass it, and it must be a number. And you see, you are even getting some help. So the min length takes in a parameter which is of type number. And you save this now. So I've shown you like 3 ways you can do this. Now, to make this code a little bit more readable, we can actually improve what we've done here by simply coming to the end of this file, and let's add a private method. And here we are going to call it login form initialization, just like this. And this is going to return a type void. It's not returning anything. So let's be more explicit. And now we are going to remove all this code we have here. And we put it here and save this form. Now, in our ng on init, we can now call this particular login form initialization. And this should give us the same results. We should have the same results. You see, it is still working. But now you see our code is more readable. All right. So now we have this. We said we wanted to show a message like improve the user experience. So for the password, we said the min length should be 8. For the email, we want to show an error if the user enters anything that is not of type email. So let's go to the email field first, which is this. This is the password, this. So here, let's add math error. So here we say, let's add math error. And here we can say invalid email address. And here, let's add a condition. We only want to show this particular error. So ng if. Now, let's see how we can actually, how do we grab this particular field? Remember, for the TDD approach, when we worked on the sign up page for the TDD approach, we added a local ref. So we did that on the password. We added a local ref, which gave us access to the value of this specific input field. But the reactive form actually gives us a lot of flexibility. So here, we don't need to add any local ref. All we need to do is to take the login form. And here we want to get, which of the field do we want to get? We want to get the password. Password. This must be the same thing with with all this here. So we want to get the password. And for the password, we want to check if the password has error. And sorry, we want to grab not the password. Here we want to grab the email actually. We want to grab the email and we want to check if the email has error email. So we only want to show the error, not just when the field is empty. You see, now when you go out, you don't see this error. We only want to see the error if the user enters anything and it is not of the email format. So now when I add at, you see the error is gone. When I add at Gmail or at any format of email, you see the error is gone. And this is how you can add validation. You can, for the password, you can add we already added the min length to be 8. You can use this same approach. So for the password, you can get login values.get password. You can actually, to make this better, you can add a method to your TS file that actually gets all these particular fields for you, the password. Okay, you can remove this from here. So you can remove this from here and do it in your TS file. And that is one of the advantages of the template driven approach. But for this particular project, I think this is okay for now. So now we are done with our login and also our sign up page, and we added validation as needed. So now we are going to implement guards in Angular because we only want to show this particular task and planner only when someone is logged in. So if you are not logged in, you should only see sign up and login. You cannot see log out because you are not logged in. So let's work on that next. So here in the app, let's add another folder And here we are going to call this interface. So we are going to call this interfaces. And in here, let's add a user.ts. And here we are just going to export an interface, and we are going to call it user. So the user should have an ID, and the ID should be of type string. We also need the user email address, and this should be of type string. And lastly, we need the password, which also should be of type string. And we can save this file. Next, inside these interfaces, we also need to add another interface, which we are going to call the auth data interface. So we are going to export an interface, and we are going to call it auth data. And for the auth data, we basically need the username, and this should be of type string. We need the email, and this should be of type string. Then finally, the password also should be of type string. Now we can save this file. So basically, when a user clicks this login, remember inside our form, let's go to the auth folder. Here in the sign up, we add this particular onSubmit method, where for now we are only console.login the values, the sign up form value. So what we want to do is, whenever a user clicks on submit sign up form, we actually want to register the user. So to make this more neat, I think we should create another folder. Inside the app, let's add another folder, and we are going to call this services. So in this particular folder, we are going to be adding all our services. So let's use a service to just handle the signing up, the logging out, the logging in. So here we call it auth service.ts. And in Angular, a service is simply a class. So in here, we need to export a class. We export a class, and we are going to call it the auth service, following the same naming convention. So this should be auth service. And here, let's actually add the @injectable decorator. With this, we are able to inject other services into this particular auth service. Also, we can add the provided in root. So this makes it in such a way that we only have the same instance of this particular service everywhere in the application. So we can save this. You see, a service is basically a class. And now I'm going to add a private property, and I'm going to call it a user, which should be of type user. Remember the user interface we added, this particular interface, this one here. And you see, I'm using the underscore for a private property. This is just a general convention. And so now we have this. So the next thing we want to do is to add a method that actually signs up a user. So we can simply call this a public method, and we are going to call it maybe something like register user. And this register user is going to take in the auth data. So remember, when a user signs up, we want to get the email, the username, and the password, so which is of the type of this auth data. Remember the auth data interface we defined. So here, to actually register a user, what do? Let's take this particular user. So we take our user and we equate it to a new object. And inside this object, remember that we are getting this particular information from the sign up form. So here, let's actually give this user, remember that this particular user is of type user. And if you look at this error, that means you have to pass in the ID, you pass in the email and password. Why? It's just simply because we said this user is of this type of this interface. And remember this interface, this is the interface we defined. So you must pass these three things. Good. So in here, we need to pass in the ID. And for the ID, we can actually use math.floor. So we can simply generate some random ID. And here, let's use math.random. So math.random, let's generate numbers between, so maybe we can make this 200. This is not the best thing to do. We don't have data from anywhere, so we are just trying to mimic authentication. So here, let's just convert this because we said that the ID is of type string. So let's convert this back to string. And next thing we need to add, so we have this ID. So next thing we need to add is the email. And the email should be coming from this auth data. So this should be auth-data.email. And we have access to .email without any error because again, auth-data is of type auth-data, which is the interface we defined. Good. So we also need the password, and this should be of type auth-data.password. Now we can save this, and you see the error is gone. So when we sign up a user, we also want to navigate the user to a particular page. So when a user signs up, where should the user go? Should the user go to the login page, or where do we want to navigate the user to? And for this reason, we are going to add yet another thing here, which is the constructor. And inside this constructor, we are going to inject the Angular router. So here, let's inject the Angular router, which is of type router. And this should be coming from @Angular router. Good. So once the user register, when the user sign up, we get the auth data. We assign this value to this particular user. That means we have a new user, which is the user that signs up. And once this is done, we want to navigate the user. So we call this router and we call the navigate. So we pass this particular array and we navigate the user to /daily planner. Remember, let's go back to the router, to our routing module. And here you see we have this daily planner. So we navigate the user back to this particular page. Good. And we also need a way of keeping track whether a user is logged in. Like when a user signs up, that means there is a user in the page. That means there is a user using the application at that particular method. So I think we should add another thing here. So let's add a public property. And for this, we are going to call it the auth status. Let's use the RSJS subject. So remember, RSJS subject is just like using Angular event emitter. But Angular event emitter, mostly we use it when we want to emit an event from a child component to a parent component. In this particular case, using the RSJS subject is actually the best here, because with this, we'll be able to keep track of whether a user is logged in or a user is out of this application. And the subject actually takes a generic type, as you see here. So in our case, we want to simply pass in a boolean. And remember, you have to call this method. So let's save this. Before we navigate the user to to the daily planner, let's actually grab the auth status, and we are going to call next. Remember, for assuming this is an event emitter, instead of next we use emit, but here we use next, and we simply pass through. And next thing we need to do is to add another public method for the login. And for login is going to be almost the same thing. So here, let's say login user, and the login user is also going to take in auth data, which is going to be of the type auth data interface that we defined. And for now, both the sign up and the login is simply the same logic. So let's grab this, because when a user log in, we also want to assign the data, the email we get from the user, and the password, we want to assign it to that particular user. And we also want to update the auth status to true and navigate the user to the daily planner. Now let's save this. Next, let's add another method for logout. So this also is going to be a public method, and here we are going to say logout user. This does not need to take in anything. All we need to do here is to simply navigate the user to the login page. But before that, we need to take this user and assign the value to null. So that means when a user log out of the application, that simply means there is no one on the page. So now, once we assign this to null, we also need to update the auth status. So in this case, the auth status should be .next, and here we are going to pass in false, and we save it. So for sign up is true, for login is true, but for logout it is false. And now we can grab this router and we navigate the user back. Remember, you can also use navigate by URL, and here you don't need to pass in this array. No, you only need to pass in the particular URL, and in this case we want to navigate the user to /login when a user logs out. Good. Now let's add one more thing, that is to check if there is a user in the page. So let's say is auth, and here we are simply going to do just very simple thing. So all we need to do is to actually return this user not equal to null. So when a user is logged out, that means this is going to give us false. When a user is logged in, this is going to give us true. Now there is one more thing we need to do. Let's actually make this code a little bit cleaner and easy to understand. Since we are not returning anything here, let's add the return type to be void. The same thing goes for the log out. The return type should easily be void. And here we are returning something, and the return type here should be Boolean. If you add a string here, you are going to get an error because the return type here is not a string. So type Boolean is not assignable to a type of string. So here we already know what this should return, and this is Boolean. And also for this register user, this is going to simply be void. All right. Remember, you can improve this code more by simply adding comments. So here you can actually come and add comments here. So you can improve this code anyhow you want. But for now, let's leave it this way and continue with this project. Good. So now we have this auth service. The next thing we need to do is actually to go to our sign up page. So let's go back to the components, and in here we have this sign up. So let's go to our TS file, and for now we are simply console.login. So let's remove this console.log for now. And what we want to do is to call the register user method that we have inside our service, inside this auth service. So for the sign up page, we are going to call this method. And for the login page, we are going to call the login user method. So to use a service in Angular, all you need to do is simply to actually inject that service. So here we need to bring in our constructor. And in our constructor, now we can simply inject our auth service. And we are going to make this of type auth service. Remember, this must be imported from the path. You see, it is coming from /services/auth service. And we don't need to add provider here, because if you go back to the auth service, we already added this. So this means that we have access to this service and the same instance of this service all through our application. So when a user signs up, all we want to do is to take the auth service dot. So we want to call the register user. And remember, register user must take in, you see, we are even getting some help. It must accept, we must pass this auth data. So where is the auth data coming from? Let's simply define a const, and here let's say auth data. You can call it anything, and this should be of type auth data. And this is also imported from our auth data. And what this does is actually to give us, like, TypeScript is just like a teacher, because it's so helpful. It's going to tell us what we must pass in here. So this, we are going to equate this to an object. And now you see, you are expecting username, email, and password. So let's pass in the username. And the username should be coming from this sign up form. Remember, from this sign up form, we have access to that. So we simply go to .value and .username. Let's do the same thing for the email address. And this should also come from the sign up form .value .email. And lastly, we need to pass in the password. And this should come from sign up form .password .value .password. And now we can pass in this auth data and we can save this. But there is one thing we failed to do here. Before we do this, let's actually do this only if. So before we do this, let's copy this and check if, let's add a little validation here. So let's check if the sign up form .value, if the sign up form .valid. So if the sign up form is valid, we should do this. And once we submit this, let's actually take the inside this particular method. Inside this method, once we submit this, let's take the sign up form and we can actually reset. There is a reset method here. Now let's submit this sign up form. Let's enter a@gmail.com and let's pick a date. Now let's submit this. You see, we are actually navigated to the daily planner, and that means that our service is actually working. Now let's go back to this service page. Let's go back to our service in here and improve this code. Actually, we can improve this code more. Look at the register user and the login user. We are actually repeating the same thing here and here. So it is very important to also bear in mind whenever you are writing or developing anything. it is also good to remember clean code. So here, let's simply add a private method, and this, let's say, undo our daily planner. And in here, let's put this particular off status.next and navigating. Let's save this. This also returns type void. So let's save this and go back to our register user. Now, if you go to sign up and you fill in all this information, and let's enter at Gmail, and you save this, it's not going to work because we are not calling this method. We are not calling this method. So inside the register user, now we can call undo. We can call this method here, and now in the login we can remove this, instead call this method. So you see, this is more cleaner. Good. So let's try this again, and let's pick a date and we sign up. You see, it is still the same effect, but now our code is much more cleaner and easy to read. Let's go straight to the login page and do the same thing. So here also, when the user unsubmits login, we want to do almost the same thing. So here, let's say const of data. This is of type of data, and this should be equal to an object where we have access to our login value. So here we need to pass in username, just the same thing. Username, in this case the username should be login, not the form initialization. This should be login form values dot value dot username. And let's do the same thing for email. So this should be login form values dot value dot email. And now we need to do the same thing for the password, and this should be login form values dot value dot password. Now we can save this. Remember, I'm going to pause for a minute so you do the same thing for this login. So I'm sure you know the next thing we want to do. We want to call the method inside this service. So I'm going to wait and see you do this. All right, I hope you are able to do that. So in here, after the public method, we need to add our constructor. And I am adding the constructor before the ng on init, because this constructor actually runs first before the ng on init. So inside this constructor, let's actually add a private method, and here we need our auth service, which is of type auth service, and this must be imported into this particular file. So here we simply need to do just the same thing. We take the auth service, but now we need the login user, and for the login user we now pass in our auth data, and now we save this. So if you also go to the login page and enter all the correct information and you click on login, you see you are redirected to the daily planner, and this is very good. So the next thing we want to do is actually to make sure that a user only sees planner and my task if the user is logged in. So let's do this next. So now we can close this auth folder, and let's go to the header folder. And remember, inside this header folder, we have the navigation, we have this, and we also have this side navigation. So let's go first to the navigation, and here in the navigation we need to add, which here we are going to just say is auth, and this should be of boolean, and initially this should be false. So we want to actually use the auth status we have inside our auth service. Remember, we have this auth status. We had this auth status, which is a subject, and it is being updated when a user log in or when a user log out. You see, we did that here, and we also handled that when a user log out, which is this. So let's actually use that in the navigation component. And now we are defining a property here, which is of Boolean. Initially, it is first. So in here, we now need also to use this service. And remember, now we need to inject. So we need to add our constructor here. So let's add the constructor method. And inside this constructor, we are going to inject the auth service. So in here, let's write private auth service. And this is of type auth service. As simple as this. And now we need to implement on ng on init, so that when this particular navigation component is loaded, we actually get the value of this auth. The value of this is auth based on the status of the auth status that we have in the service. So we do that by simply implementing. Here we implement on init. And this actually now it's going to force us to implement the on init method. I'm trying to make our code more readable. So after the constructor, we can now add the ng on init method. And we want to now use this auth service. So let's take the auth service dot, you see, we have this auth status. Remember, this is an observable because it is a subject from RxJS. And now we are going to subscribe to this. In this subscribe method, we have access to the Boolean, we have access to the auth status itself, we have access to many things. Like the subscribe actually gave us access to a lot of things. We can check for error, we can do a lot of stuff, we can check when it's complete. But for now, we only need to grab the auth status. So let's grab the status, which is what we have in our auth service. And now we want to take this is auth, and we want to equate it to the auth status. Now we have access to our auth, our is auth. All we need to do is to go to the template, and let's open this up. Let's open this up. So here we only want to show this planner. So let's go to the list, and here I'm going to add ng if. Simply, we only want this particular list item if is auth. As simple as this. So we only say this if is auth, and that means if a user is either signed up or logged in. As simple as this. And for my task, I'm sure you know already what you've already done this. So here we are simply going to pass is auth also for my task. But for sign up, the user to see sign up only if the user is not auth. So instead of saying is auth, we are going to negate this here. For login, we are going to do the same thing for sign up and login. So in this list, let's put this. But for logout, the logout now should be if the user is auth. So you should be able to log out only if you're already logged in. And for this logout, we are going to do one more thing. Here we are going to add a click listener. And here we are going to say on log out. So let's actually add this expression. let's add it as a method in here. So this should be a public method, and when you save this file, the error should be gone. And remember, for the logout, we already have a logout method inside this auth service. So now we are going to call the logout method inside the auth service. As simple as this. We save this. Now let's save our template and go back to the page. Now you see, we can only see sign up and login. Let's try logging in. So here, let me pass a@gmail.com and I log in. You see, when I'm logged in, I can now see planner, my task, and log out. But before we check what happens if a user, for instance, if I log out now and I try typing daily planner, you see, I am still able to access this. And this is where route protection comes in. This is where guards, Angular guards comes in. But before that, I am going to pause for just 5 minutes so you can also do the same thing. Just what we did here in the navigation. I want you to go to the side nav and do the same thing, just the same logic. So I want you to inject our service in this side nav component and make it in such a way that a user should only see my task and daily planner if and only if the user is logged in or signed up already. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, and I hope you were able to do that. So let's do this very quick because we've already done this. Let's simply add our constructor method, and in this constructor method we are going to inject our service. So here it should be private, and remember the convention, we use an underscore, and here is going to be the auth service, which is of type auth service. Good. Now we need to implement the onInit method, which is coming from @AngularCore. You see, it is imported from @AngularCore. So here now we want to call the auth service, and in this auth service we want to grab this auth status. Auth status is a subject, and that implies that it is an observable. We have to subscribe to this observable, and inside this observable now we have access to the auth status, or you can simply call this status. You can simply call this status, and you now take the, so now we need to add, let's say is auth, and this should be of type boolean. Initially it should be false, but on ng-init we take this is auth and we equate it to the status, which is coming from this subject. Let's save this. Now there is one thing we are failing to do. Actually, it is very important to unsubscribe to this type of subscription, and for this we are going to bring in another thing. So here let's call this auth status subscription, and this is of type subscription. This is of type subscription, which is coming from rs.js. And now we need to grab this subscription. So here we take this auth subscription and equate it to this particular subscription. And this means we also need to implement the onDestroy interface. So onDestroy, which must be imported from @AngularCore. And onDestroy interface, if you hover on this and you click on this onDestroy interface, it requires us to add this ng on destroy method. So in here, you see, that is why we have this error. And the on destroy method should be the last one. So we have the ng on in it. We can easily add our ng on destroy here. And in here, we want to take our auth subscription and we need to unsubscribe from this subscription. We can save this. We actually failed to do this in the navigation, and I'm going to add that because it's actually a very good practice. So for this, I'm also going to call it a auth subscription, and this is of type subscription, which must be imported from rs.js. And here I am going to equate the auth subscription to this. And now we are going to implement the on destroy method, which for now, after the ng on in it, we now add the ng on destroy. And now we can call the auth subscription dot unsubscribe. So when this component is destroyed, we actually unsubscribe from this particular subscription. So now let's go back to the side navigation, and now we can simply check. So let's go to the list items. So here we have the login, we have the sign up, we have my task. We only want to show my task. So on this map item list, I'm going to add ng if. So I'm going to check if is off. So this means that we only want to see my task by this side. You see, my task is gone already. Let's do the same thing for daily planner. So here, let's add ng if is off. And when you save this, the daily planner should also be gone. We also want to see, we don't want to see log out except you are logged in. So let's go to logout, and in here we are going to, okay, for the login and the logout is simply going to be ng if is not off. And this should be ng if is not off. Now let's check what we have. So you see, we only have the sign up and the login. And if you also go to the side nav, you only see the sign up and the login. So now let's try logging in a@gmail.com. And when I log in, I have access to planner, my task, and logout. This is looking good, but there is one thing we need to check. When I log out and I go to daily planner, I can actually access this page, which is not the best. And now let's go and implement the Angular guards in order to control this. So we don't want a user to just come to our application and grab this particular URL and be able to access our application. No, when a user does this and hit enter, we want to redirect the user to the login page. So let's go straight and implement this. So guys, let's look at our project structure, our folder structure again. Now we have the components, we have our interfaces, we have our services. Now let's add one more folder inside this app. Let's create another folder, and here we are going to call it guards. And in here, let's add our auth.guards.ts. Guard is also a class. We simply need to export a class, and we follow the same naming convention. So this is going to be auth guards. As simple as this. But here we need remember we need access to is auth. So if you go to the services, let's go to the services, and in the auth service, we add this is auth, which actually returns a boolean, a true or false. So we need access to this service. And in order to use this service, I'm sure you know what we need to do. We need to inject the service in here. So for us to be able to inject this service, so let's go here and let's add our constructor. And in here, we want to inject our service. For these guards, actually, we are also going to add at injectable. We are going to add at injectable, and we also need to add the provided inroads. Okay, so here we add the private. We need the auth service of type auth service. Good. So for this auth guard, we need to implement a method, and that is the can activate method. So we need to implement this can activate method, and can activate method needs to return either true or false. So now let's define a variable and let's call it auth status. And it is good to add the type. So this should be a boolean, and this should be equal to the auth service dot is auth. So this will actually give us either true or false. So now all we need to do is to check if auth status, this is checking if the auth status is actually true. Then here we simply want to return true. As we want to navigate the user back to the login page, and we need to return false. So you see, not all code paths return a value. So here we need to return false. But before that, we want to navigate the user back to the login page. And for that, we need the router. So we need to inject the router, and this must be imported from at Angular router, which is this. So in here now, if the auth service, if it is not true, we want to take the router and we want to navigate the user back to /login. Remember, you can also use navigate by URL, and in that case, you don't need this particular bracket. You don't need to pass in the array. So after we navigate the user, we now return false. And let's save this. The next question is, how do we use this particular guard now? How do we use it? Because even after saving this file and I am not logged in, I can still go to /dailyplanner and I can still access the daily planner. So to actually make this work, we need to go to the app routing, and we need to add the guards to the particular route we want to protect. So first, we want to protect this particular daily planner. So here we need to add one more thing, and that is the can activate. And this should take in an array, and here we pass our auth guards, which is this. Now let's save this and go back to our page. You see, now let's try going to daily planner. You see, you are being navigated back to the login. Now let's try going to my task, or is it task? You see, we can still access the task. So let's also protect that route. Here, you see, you just add comma and you add can activate and an array. In here, we pass in our auth guard. And let's save this. Now, automatically, you are being redirected to the login page. So again, let's enter this. And this is route protection in Angular. So guys, I'm going to pause for 2 minutes for you to go through what we've done. If you have any question, please ask your question. If I am too fast, please let me know in the comment section. And remember, you can always slow down the video and check. Thank you very much, and I will appreciate your comments. So the next thing we want to do is actually to work on this My Task page. So the goal of this page is to actually have something like an input field where a user can easily enter the daily task. So you can come here and enter the name of your task. You enter the description, and we want to have a table. So in here, we are going to add math table. We are going to see how to implement that. We add a table to show the list of all the tasks. So when a user, so for this particular My Task, that's what we are going to have. And after that, we just finish up with the planner page. But first, let's go to My Task. So let's go to the components, and in the components now we have our daily planner. In this daily planner, we have this task component, which is this particular task work. But there is something I want us to look at when we save this page. So now we are redirected to the login page. So actually, so that we don't have to keep signing in and signing out. No, we have to go to the header. So we go to this header folder, and in the navigation in here, instead of assigning is auth to false, let's change it to true for now. And once we are done, we are going to change this back. So now we have access to My Task. We added the auth guard. So I'm also going to remove this auth guard. Otherwise, we are not going to be able to access this My Task here because it is already protected. So let's go to the route. And in the route for My Task, for now, I'm going to remove this auth guard, which is this My Task. I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to remove this for now. And later we are going to add this back. So now we can go to My Task, and now we have access to My Task. Good. Now we can continue with our project. So let's go to the task here. Inside task, remember we have the daily planner, which is a folder, which is a component on its own, a component hosting the current task, the past task, the start task. We are going to look at all this very quick. And inside this div, we want to add a math card. So let's go to Angular Material, and here let's go to card. How do you use math card? It is very simple. All we need is this math card, and inside this math card, we are going to have access to math card header, math card contents, and math card actions. So you can check this out on your own. So I just wanted to show you, but remember, we also need to import the math card model. So let's go back to this page, and in here, to use math card is as simple as adding math card. But now we have an error, and I'm sure you remember the solution to this. So here we need to import. So we import from @Angular Material /card, and in here we need the math card model. Good. And now let's add it to both the import, so it is the math card model, and also to the export, which is the math card model. Now we can save this and go back to this particular page. No, we shouldn't be inside daily planner. We should be inside the task, inside this task. So let's add this here. And now let's, inside the math card, let's add math card header. And inside this math card header, we can now pass the math card title. You can actually check this out in the documentation. So inside the math card title, let's now add today's task, and let's save this and see what we have. You see, you have this card. Let's continue. So after the math card header, we now need to add the math card content. The header is just containing the title, and in the math card content, we simply want to add a form. And let's remove this action, we don't need it. So inside this form, let's add the math form field. We've done all these ones before, so this should be simpler for us. And in here, let's add the input field of type text. Yes, we don't need all this for now. So the input field, we should add the placeholder. And for the placeholder, let's just say enter tab, and let's save this. Let's copy this and paste. And in here, let's add enter description. So let's also get the description from the user. And remember, for this input field, we need to add math input. Also here, we need to add the math input. And now we have something like this. Good. So the next thing we want to add to this form is actually a submit button. So to do that, outside the math content, let's now add the math card actions. And inside these math card actions, let's simply add a button. And here we are just going to say add task. And here we say math. We can use the math stroke button, and let's give it a class of primary, or in fact we don't need this. Let's save this and see what we have. So now we have this. Let's actually style our page a little bit. So let's go to the style sheet, and in here let's grab the main container. And for the main container, let's give it a width of 90%. And remember, every other thing is inside the main container. So, or let's give it a margin. So top and bottom to be 0, and left and right should be auto. And we have this. Let's give it a padding top of 2.5 rem. Okay, so now let's grab the form inside this particular div, and for the form, let's make it display flex, and let's change the flex direction to be colon. And now we have this. Okay, we can work a little bit on the length of the math form field, but for now I think we can leave this way and actually continue with the next thing. For now, we can return back to this styling later. For now, let's continue. So we have this. The goal is when a user enters anything, we want to be able to get access to what the user enters. And this actually requires another service, because we can't obviously do everything in this particular TS file. It is better we have a service to manage our task. And that means we can go back to the interfaces, and in here we need to add another interface. So let's call it the task.ts. Good. Just like before, now we need to export an interface, and here let's call it task. So in here we need an ID. Let this be string. We need a name, the name of the task. This should be string. We need the task description. and this should be of type string. We also need the time, or maybe the task date. Okay, let's enter time, but this should be optional, and this should be number. We also need the dates, and of course this also should be optional, and we want to know if the user completed the task or is the user adding a new task. So let's check the task state, and here is either going to be new or is going to be of finished, or this is TypeScript, or is going to be cancelled. So it's either you finish the task, or you're adding a new task, or you actually cancel the task. And for now, I think this is all we need for now. So let's go back now to our services, and inside the services folder, let's add another service which we are going to call task. Actually, this should be task.service.ts. Let's actually rename this. Let's rename this, and we have to correct this in all the file. I'm going to do that in a minute, so you can just do that. So this should be task.service.ts, and now our app is broken and everything is back again. Good. So let's go to the task service. Just like before, we need to export a class. A service is simply a class, and here is going to be the task service. So inside the class, let's actually add a private property, and here we are going to call it task. So for this task, let's equate this to a new subject. So we can use, remember, for users we use subjects, but now let's check out another new thing from observable. So we can actually use this behavioral subject. So this should be a new behavioral subject, and behavioral subject actually takes in a generic type, which you see here. And here we are going to pass the task. Remember the task interface we created. So in here, we now need to pass in the list of tasks. So for now, I'm going to pass an array of, we can just predefine some task. So here, let's give it an ID. We know that our task has to take an ID. So here, let's say task 1. And here we can just add a name. It expects to take everything we have inside this task, everything, excluding the optional. Okay, this also is optional. So here, these three things are very important. So we need to pass in the ID. We have to pass in the name of the task. Here, maybe we can just say study for an exam, study for an, and let's add the description. Okay, now let's add the description, and here let's say complete of my lecture notes. And for now, this error should be gone, but it is not. And this is because if you check this, argument of type an object is not assignable to a type of task. So here we pass the task, but in here we are passing in an array of tasks. So here it should be of type task array, and this error should be gone. Also here we can actually pass in the time, and for this maybe we have 120 minutes, and also we can pass in, the task state, and here it should be new. Now I'm going to copy and repeat this, so you can actually add your own task the way you want it. So remember, we cannot pass any other thing here. If you pass any other thing apart from new, finished, or cancelled, you are going to get an error. So you see, type finish is not assignable to type new, finished, cancelled. So this must be either of those three things. So Here I'm going to change this. For now, I'm going to leave this, and we can change this later. So now I have this task, but this task is a private property. That means we cannot access this outside the class. So now we need to add a method, which is going to be a public method. And here we are going to say get tasks. And all this method is going to do is actually to return this particular task. So we simply return task, but we return this task as an observable. Now we can save this. So now let's go back to our task component. So under my task, I want to be able to add task, and I want to be able to see what I am adding and see the list of all the available tasks. So let's do that. So in here, first, what I want to do is to add a table. But the question now is, how do we add a table? So now let's go to the Angular material, and in here, let's go to table. Let's search for table, and here we have table. So to add a table, let's simply view this. You see, it is very easy. All we need to do is to add this particular table, opening and closing, and we need to repeat these particular columns. We need to repeat all these based on the number of columns we have. And we have these two important lines that actually tells the header, that is the column title we want to display, and also the rows associated with that particular column. So let's see how we can actually implement this. So remember, this is actually the same thing. The only difference is here we are changing this position. Here it is name. Here it is element.position. So it's like each column we want to have in the table, and also the data we want to show under each title, under each of these columns. And here we are going to instruct Angular to actually repeat. We instruct Angular to actually display this based on this particular displayed columns, which is going to be an array containing all this particular math column def that we have here. So let's see how we implement this in code. So let's go straight to this. So after the math card, here I'm going to add the table just from what we have in the documentation. So here we have the table, but inside this place we need to pass something, which is the math table. So here we need to pass the math table, and we now need to bind to a data source, which is going to be the data we want to display in the table. So we need to bind to this data source. And remember, when you are binding to properties like this, you must have this data source inside your TS file. You must have the data source in your TS file. So the next thing is to actually add the ng container. So here we add the ng container from the documentation, and we saw from the documentation that in here we need to pass the math column. Actually need to import the math table model, but before that, here we need to pass the math column def from the documentation, and this should be equal to the first item. So our task, we want to see the ID for sure, and inside ng container we need to add the table head and the t head and the td. So let's add this. So we add our t head, and inside this t head we need to pass the math header. It is the math header cell, just like this. And now we need to add the math header cell dev. We have to pass the math header cell dev, and here we need to pass the title we want to see in the table. But before we continue, let's import the math table model. So back in the documentation, if you go to the TS file, you see you have to import the math table model. So let's go straight to our material model, and in here we need to import. So we import from @Angular material /table, and in here we need the math table model, which is this, and now we have to add it to the import and also to the export. And now let's save this file and go back to the task. So now we also need to add the TD. So we've added the TED. Let's add the TD, and inside this TD we need to pass the math cell. And now you see we are getting this help because we added the math table model already. We imported the math table model. So here it is the math cell dev, this, and this is going to be equal to let elements. And here we already know that we are going to have access to element.id. You see, we are going to have access to element.id. Before we continue, let's go to the documentation for you to actually understand what we are doing. So all we did is actually to add this table element, and we are passing the math table. This makes it Angular material table, and here we need to bind to a data source. This data source must be in our TS file, which is the data we want to display in the table. So when you go back to this, so these are the data. These are the data. So you see number, name, width, symbol. If you go to the code, that is exactly what you are going to see. So here you see name, you see the position, you see number, name, width. So whatsoever you pass here is going to be the title. Is going to be the title you see here. You see, and all this position, name, width, they are the items inside these displayed columns. So let's go back and continue. In order to bypass this error, let's actually go to our TS file and add this data source. So here inside our TS file, we can simply add a public property, and here we call it the data source, and this data source must be somehow linked to the Angular material. So this data source should actually be equal to a new math table data source. This math table data source takes a generic type, and in our case is going to be of type task. So it is of type task like this. We don't need to pass in an array because Angular material already understood that this is an array. This is an array, so we don't need to pass in the array here. And for sure, we need to call this. And now let's save this. Task, data source. Let's check the spelling. Here, there should be U, and this error should be gone. So we have this. Very good. So now let's continue with this. So after this particular ng container, if you go back to the documentation, ng container is repeated the number of times. So here it should be 4 times because we only have number, name, width, symbol. Depends on the columns you want to have. And if you check, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So the next the two most important things are actually this instruction here. So let's go back here. After this, we can simply add the tr, and in this tr we need to pass the math. It is the math header row, and this actually should be math header row dev, and this should be equal to displayed columns. And next we need to add another tr. Now we need to tell the number of times we want this to be repeated. So let's add the math row. So this should be math row, and in here we need to add this math, and here we say let row semicolon, then columns, and these columns actually should be our displayed columns. Displayed columns, it must be the same thing as what you have here. So now let's actually add these displayed columns in our TS file in order to avoid this error. So in here, let's actually add maybe public displayed columns, and this should be an array. First, let's pass in an ID. We want the ID, we want the name, we also want the maybe time. We can add time, and also we can add the task state. And now let's save this and go back to our TS file. That means let's go back to our TS file, and you see the error is gone. Now in our TS file, remember the displayed column, we said it is equal to an array containing all these particular items. That means we must add all these. These are the columns, displayed columns. We must add everything. So here we need to repeat this the number of times, the number of items we have here. So this is ID name. We have to add everything. So here, instead of ID, we change this to name. And here we already know that this element is going to have element.name. Remember, it's going to be a data source which is taking our task. Remember, we passed in the generic type, our task. So we are going to equate this data source to our own task. Our task is our data source. Here we change this to name. Let's also copy this again, and we paste this, we paste this, we paste this. So for this, let's change it to description, and here we know we are going to have access to elements.description. Okay, and here let's change this to this has to be description. But for now, here let's pass in time, and here let's change it to time. And of course, this now should be element.time. And here let's say task state. Let's actually use task state to be more explicit. And we know we are going to have access to task state. And now let's save this and go back to our TS file. We should actually see something on the page by now, which is this. Very well. And now let's actually try something. So instead of adding the task state here, let's remove it. If you go to the page, the task state is the last one. So now let's remove it and actually add it before the time and save it. But now add a comma. You see the task state is now here. So the table is going to be displayed based on the arrangement you have here. I hope that is clear. Now we don't have our data. Why? Because we only created an instance of this math table data source. So we need to actually inject our data service, our task service. We need to inject it into this component in order to have access to it here. And remember, that means first we need to add the constructor method. So here we need to add the constructor method. And let's go back to our task service. And on the top of this task service, let's add at injectable. Okay. And here, let's add provided in root. Okay. So now we can go back here. And inside the task component now, in this constructor, so here it is task service. And this is going to be of type task service, just like this. And so we need to implement the on init. So here we need to add the ng on init method. And what do we want to do? So in ng on init method, we actually want to subscribe. So let's take the task service. And we have this get tasks method, which actually is an observable. When you check this, you see it is an observable. So we need to subscribe. Inside this subscribe now, we have access to our task. So all we need to do now is to grab this data source and we equate it to our task. But now we get an error, because this is not just the data source, but the data source dot data. Very, very important. Like, it is very trivial to make this mistake, and you can actually spend a whole lot of time, and that is where the documentation is helpful. So when you go to the documentation, you could easily see that here it has to be data source dot data. We are going to look into this table in details when we work on this planner component. But for now, we have this. And when you go to the page, you see you have your task 1, which are the information we added in the task service. So now let's, instead of having task 1, let's change it to 2. Let's change this to 3. Let's change this to 4. And now we have our task 1, task 2, 3, 4. Very quick. When a user adds a task, we also want to see it here. How do we achieve that? Now let's go back to, so let's go to our task. Inside this, remember we add this math card, which is this particular card. So in this math card, we added a form. We can actually do this, grab the value without using a form. But I also want to show you that you can use, we can repeat the TDD approach again for just better understanding. Otherwise, we can easily add a local reference here. And a local reference, we could easily grab the value entered. But for now, we can simply use here. We can simply add a local ref, and here let's call it tasks, task. So in here, remember for TDD, all we need to add is ng model, but there is one more thing: task should be equal to ng form. So now we can pass ng model. We also need to give it a name. And this should be task name. And let's do the same thing for the description. Here we pass ng model. And let's give it a name of description. And that is all. So here I'm not going to add. I also want to show you another thing. A lot of things are possible here. We don't need to add the ng submit here. We just have to go to the button. Remember, we added this math card actions and the button is outside the form. So here we can simply add an event here. So let's add a click listener, I click event here, and let's say on add task, and now we need to actually implement this particular expression as a method in our TS file. But there is one thing we need to do. So we need to pass this task. Remember, we have access to this task now. So in here, let's pass this task. All right, so we go to our TS file, and in here we can add a public method, which is on add task, and we're going to have access to this task. Remember, this task is of type ng form, which must be imported from @Angular forms. All right, so now when a user add a task, what do we want to do? Let's simply add a simple variable here. Let's call it added task, and this should be of type task. Okay, and this now should be equal to an object. Remember, the type task requires these three things are compulsory, and then we added some optional ones. So here we need to pass in the ID, and for the ID, let's remember, here we have task 1, we have task 2, we have task 3. So for the ID, let's just do a simple calculation. So here we are going to pass task. We can use this, or we can also use the backticks, but here I think we can use the plus. And in here, let's grab the data source, which is this data source. Remember, this data source is an array, so we can actually get the length. So it is data source dot data dot length. As simple as this. So we want to grab the length, and what do? We are going to add 1 to it. So here we have task 4. When we add a task, the ID should become task 5. Good. So the next thing we want to pass is the name, and now the name should be this particular task we are getting from the TDD form. So it's going to be task dot value dot, now is going to be name. I think we called it name. Let's check, maybe task or name, because it must be exactly what you pass here. So here we said task name. So in here is not going to be dot name, but task name. Very good. And next we need to pass in the, let's see here, we need to pass in the, okay, the description. So now we have to pass in the description, and the description is task dot value dot description. Good. So the date is actually optional. We can decide not to pass the date, but let's just add new date. Okay, so now let's add the task state. The user is just adding the task, so the state should be new when a user enters a task from here. And let's add the time, which is also optional, I guess. So here, let's say 180. And let's save this. So what do we want to do? Remember, we already have a service. So we can easily go back to the task service and add a method that actually adds. So let's go to the task service. It is easier to understand when we are in that particular service. Now, remember, here we added a method that gets the list of all the tasks, and we get the list of all the tasks as an observable. So the next thing we want to do is actually to add another method here. So we call it a public, and here we can just say add task or add new task. Good. So this add new task is expecting to get actually a task which is of type task. So in here, we want to simply return. We want to grab this task. Remember, this task now is an observable. So we cannot just say task.push or task.no. It's an observable. So we have to use the pipe here. And this pipe actually will now give us access to RxJS operators. So first, let's just take one. So we go through these ones. And now we can use the tab. And with the tab, here we can have access to all the available tasks. All right, so let's look at why this error. So cannot find take. Remember, we need to import this take from RxJS. The same thing with the tab. We need to import it from RxJS. So now, look at what we are doing. Inside this tab, the tab gives us access to all the tasks. So all the available tasks in this particular task, which is this. Remember, it is an observable. So we have access to all these tasks. It is different from this. Remember, here let's change the name to added task in order to avoid confusion. So this is actually this method is taken in a parameter, and this is going to be the new task a user is adding. But here is the list of all the available tasks we add inside this file. Remember, this is an observable, and you can see it is this task we have up here. So when you use pipe gives us access to a lot of operators. So first, we are using this take one, so you can read more about all this. So we just want to take the first count of this particular value. We take one, and then we tap into this to do whatsoever we want to do. So the tab actually have access to the list of all the tasks here, this particular one, and we want to take the task, and we call next on this task. We call next on this task. So now we are now going to take task, which is this task, and we want to concat the new task. So now we concat the added task. So it's just as simple as saying take all the available tasks. Concat in JavaScript means add the incoming task. It's as simple as this. Now remember, when you are working with observable, if you do not subscribe, then you've not done anything. So I'm going to pass the subscribe here, because in our, now let's go back to our task page. Let's go back to our task folder. Here, I don't want to subscribe. I only want to call the add method. So in here now, after defining this particular variable, I'm going to grab the task service, and now let's call the add new task, and I simply want to pass the added task. As simple as this, and let's save this file. Okay, now let's go and actually enter a task and see what happens. But remember to save your template. Remember to save this particular task.component.html. So here, let's just say play. Here, let's say play, and here I need to play, and let's hit enter. You see, task 5, play. I need to play. This is nice, guys. I hope you like it, but there is something we need to look at. When you click add task, we still have this in here. So we don't want that experience. Is not a good user experience. So here, once we nest this, let's actually reset that field, which is the task dot. So here we can call the reset method, and let's save this file. So now let's add play again, and I need to play. And when you hit enter, you see everything is working just the way we want. And this is nice. There is one more thing we need to do. What happens when a user enters a very long text here? So for instance, here, let me enter something very long. And here, let's say dance. And I hit enter. You see what happens? We don't want this. And this is where we need to actually look at one other important thing in Angular, which is pipe. So now let's implement our own custom pipe. Remember, Angular gives us access to some pipe, like we have the number pipe, we have the date pipe, we have different type of inbuilt pipes. But let's implement our own custom pipe. And what this pipe is going to do is to actually take care of things like this. We only want to, when the text is too long, we want to shorten the text and have just the same number. If the text is short, it should show just the text. But when it is too long, we want to prevent this. Okay, so we are going to do that now. So in here, for the pipe, actually, we are going to add another folder. So now we have this folder structure. Inside the app, inside this app, let's add another folder. And here we are going to call it pipe. And inside this pipe, let's add, for this, we can just call it truncate. I think this should be a good name. Truncate.pipe.ts. Good. Remember, almost everything is a class. A pipe also is a class. So we export a class and we follow the naming convention. So this should be truncate. Okay. And for this to be a pipe, we actually need to add a decorator. This is very important, which is at pipe. And this must be imported from at Angular core. And at pipe, we now force us to actually implement an interface, which is the pipe transform interface. So here we need to pass a name. So here, let's just call it truncate. Good. And here now, we must implement the pipe transform, this. And it has to also be imported from at Angular core. Here we get an error because the pipe transform is actually expecting a method, which is the transform method. You can confirm this by, if you're Mac, you can press command and you see this. You hold on command and just put your cursor on this. If you're on Windows, you can use control and you can click on this. You see, the pipe transform interface is actually expecting a transform method. So let's close this. And now we need to add the transform. You even get itself. Once you enter transform, you see, you have this. But in our case, we need this value. It's not going to be of type any. Instead, it should be a string. We are going to expect a string. Here, we don't need this. Let's remove this. We just want to be specific. We need the length. So a user is free to enter the, sorry, not the user. In the template, we are free to enter the number of text we want to see. So this should be of type number. And by default, we can equate this to 15. So that means the number of characters we want to see here, by default, it should be 15. But if you specify 30, you are going to see 30. So let's do this. Now in here, we want to check if, so this value is going to be this, just like this text. So we check if value, we simply check if value.length is less than or equal to this particular length, or let's make this clearer by entering string length. Okay, string length, not string length. Okay, So if value.length is the length of this value.length is less than or equal to string length, we easily want to return that value. So here we return the value. Otherwise, we want to do something else. We easily take this value, so we return value dot substring. So we want to grab 0 from 0 to the string length entered, and after that we want to concatenate dot. So here dot, and let's save this. We are done with our pipe. Now we can simply use this pipe. First, we need to go to our app module, and in the app module, here in the declaration, but before doing this, let's go now. First, let's go to the components, and in the components, we go to our daily planner. We have our task. So we want to do this. We have our task. So we want to add this pipe in the description. So here we want to add the truncate. So you see, you don't have access to this. We are even getting an error. So this is not available. Why? This is because in the app module, we need to add the pipe in the declarations, just the way you added, we imported, or if you use the CLI, the component is being imported. That is the way we have to import our truncate pipe. So we save this, and now when you go back to this task, you don't get any error. So when you save this, you see everything is looking nice. But let's not use the default 15. So here we can specify 25, and you see this increased to the number we want. You can change it to 30, and you see now you can use this pipe everywhere in your template where you don't want the length of the text to be too much. I hope you get this, and this is easily how to implement pipe in Angular application. Pipe can also be more complicated than this, but understanding the basics actually helps us to understand the more complicated parts. Now let's work on the planner itself, which is this here, the planner. So what we are going to do is here to use another thing from Angular material, and in this case we are going to be using the Math tab. So how do we use the Math tab in Angular material? But now we get this error. Remember, we already seen this several times. So to use the Math tab, we need to go to the app material, and here we need to import this particular model, which is the Math tab model, from at Angular material / that should be tabs. Now let's look at the documentation for a second, just for us to see how we can use Math tab in Angular material. So you scroll down here you see tabs. So we need something like this, exactly something like this, and this is very simple to achieve. If you view the code, you see you have this Math tab group, and inside the Math tab group you have the Math tab. So the content one here is whatsoever is going to show. So if you go to first, you see content one, and the label is this you see here. Let's go straight in our own case and do that. Remember, when we worked on this my task, we removed the auth guard. Otherwise, this page is going, once we save the file, is going to be refreshed, and we need to be logging in all the time. So for now, we can go back to the routing. So here in the app routing, for my task, we can return back the auth guard. And remember how we did that? And this, we pass in our auth guards. But for the daily planner for now, let's remove it. And when we are done with the project, we are going to change this again. So now let's log in. And if we go to the daily planner, we are here. Now my task is protected, but we want to work on this planner so we can easily access this without having to log in and log out. So let's go to that my planner component, which is this component. Here we are still getting this error. Let's go back to our app material. So here we want to import the math tabs model, this particular one, and we need to add it to both the import math tabs model and also here in the export, which is the math tabs model. Good. Now let's save this file and the error should be gone. So let's go back to daily planner component and you see the error is gone. So the next thing we need to put here, it's simply math tab. And in here, so here, let's for now put our label. And for the label, we can say add task. And in this case, inside the math tab, in our case for this first math tab, we are going to bring in the task component. So it is the app task. Good. Now the next thing we want to add, we add another math tab. And here in this particular math tab, let's give it a label. And the label for this should be start task. When you add a task, you can actually start the task. You time yourself already. So here we can say start task. And in here is going to be the start task component. So the app start task, this particular one. And we are going to add yet another math tab. And for this particular one, let's give it a label of past task. So a label of, let's use, and in here we are going to bring the app past task component. Good. All right, now let's go to the page and see what we have. And already this is looking nice. So now we have this. This is the add task. We need to work on the start task and the past task. Now we still have another thing here, which is the last one we are going to add, and this should be the current task. So now when you go to this, you see the current task and it is out of the tab. But this current task, we don't want to just see the current task. We only want to see the current task if there is an ongoing task. So first, I think we should work on the start task component. Let's go to the start task component and work on that. So here in the start task component, let's simply use a math card where a user can see maybe a button or a selection tab to actually choose a task from all the list of tasks we had in the task component. Here, let's use a div with a class of, let's say, new task. So inside this div, let's add a math card. And remember, we used this math card before, so we can simply give the math card header. And in the math card header, here we need to add the math card type. Here we can just say start a task. And now we can simply go straight to the math card content. And in here, let's simply add a math form field. Let's give it a label, math label. And here, let's say choose a task to start. And after the math label, let's add math select. So now we need to import this math select from Angular material. So let's go straight to our Angular material module. And here we need to import Angular here Angular material /select, and here we need to bring in the math, and now we can add it to both our import and export math select model. So we can save this and go back to our start task. Okay, so the math select is just like the normal HTML select. So here we also add the math option. So here is the math option, this. And now inside this math option, let's actually go back to the TS file. And in this TS file, we are going to do some things. So here we want to bring in the list of tasks so that we can use ng4 to render this math option here. So let's go straight and do that. And I'm sure you already know what we are going to do, because now we want to inject our task service. So let's write the constructor method, and in here we need to bring in, let's call this task service, and this is gonna be of type task service, this here. So now we can add a public property, and for this let's call it task, and this is going to be of type task array, and initially we can equate this to an empty array, but now we need to bring in this task. So when you hover on this, you can see quick fix, and you see imports the task interface. You click on this, and here this is imported from our interface folder. Good. Now we want to actually, here we need to implement on init, and after the constructor we can now add the ng on init, and now we need to take the task service dot, we want to get all the tasks, and here we need to subscribe because it's an observable, and inside this we know we have access to all the tasks, and all we need to do is to just take this particular task property, which is an array of tasks. So we can take this now and we equate it to this particular incoming task. So we can change this to all tasks, so that we'll be sure that this particular task is supposed to be this one, and to access it, that should be, we need to use the this keyword. So this.task is equal to this particular one that is coming from our service, just like this. So now we can save it. So let's go back to the template, and here in this math option, so here we can use the ng4, and we say let task of task. Remember this task, which is a list of all our available tasks. So let task of task, and what do we want to do here? We want to, here we know that the task has a name, so here we can just put task.name, and the value we need to add a value here, and the value here we can use the task.id. Let's save this. I think we can check and see what we have at the moment. So now we have this, and you see we have the list of tasks. If you go to add task, you see we have just 4 tasks. So here we also have the 4 tasks. So let's work on styling this. This is not looking good at all. So let's grab this class and let's go to the style sheet. Here, let's simply give this a width of 100 viewport width. Let's give it a display of less. Let's align items to the center. Let's justify content to the center. Let's see what we have at the moment. And now we have this. Okay. Now let's give it a padding top of 2.5 rem, just to push it a little bit down. Okay. Now let's take the math card, and for the math card, let's give it a width of 70%. Here it is the math form field, not from field. And now we have this, and I think this is manageable. Good. Now let's go back here. All right. So the last thing we need to add, so after the math card content, let's add the math card actions. And in here, let's just add a simple button where we ask the user to maybe something like start task. And of course, this is not going to look nice. So we need to make this a math. Let's use the math raise button. And let's give it a color so we can use the primary. So we have this start task. Now let's think about something else. Let's correct this. This should be choose a task to start. Now the goal is when a user click on start task, so you choose a task, let's say visit my friend, and then you click on start task. We want to be able to know the task selected. How do we know which of these tasks was selected? And here we need to add the click event. So on the button itself here, we can simply add a click listener, and here we can say on set. So now how do we know which of these tasks was selected? So we can actually do this by going to the math select here. We can simply add a local ref here, and here we are going to call it selected. And now we need to pass this selected task in here. So here we can pass selected task dot value, because we know we are going to have access to the value, and the value is going to give us the ID of the task selected here. You see? So now we are getting this error because we need to add this in our TS file. So let's go to the TS file, and here we can add a public method and call it this, which is this particular expression here. So we need to add it as a method in our TS file. All right, always remember to save your file. That is broken because we need to finish this implementation. And we already know that this is going to take in the selected task value. So it's going to take in the ID. So here we are expecting to get the selected task ID. Now we need to remember this task lives inside the service. So I think now we can go back to the service, so that when we actually select a task right from our service, we should be able to know that a task was selected and whether there is an ongoing task or there is no any ongoing task. So let's go back to the task service and add a method that actually handles when a task is selected, when you decide to finish your task, and many more. So let's just finish that up. So inside the task service, remember, initially we add this our task, which is an observable containing the list of tasks. So now let's use a subject to keep track when there is a change. So when a user selects any of these tasks, we want to be able to keep track of that, so that we'll be able to use that in all other components. So here we can add yet another. Let's add a public property, which is going to be a subject. So here we can call it the task subject. So let's equate this to a new subject, and this must be coming from the RSJS. And remember, a subject takes a generic type, and in this case we want to pass our task, not the task array, because we only want to use this to keep track of any selected task. So it's going to be an object, an object of the form of this task interface. So another thing we can do now is to move down and add a method. So remember from the start task component, when a user actually selects, so when you select a task, when you start a task, let's add that particular method here in our service. So in here, we can just add a public method, and we are going to call this just as the name implies, which is start task. And we already know that this start task should be expecting the ID of the task selected. So here we are expecting a task ID, which is simply of type string. So remember, this is the main task. This is the array, which is this is the observable containing the array of all our tasks. So here we can use the pipe the pipe gives us access to many RSGS operators. So here and now let's tap into this, and from the tab we know we have access to all the tasks. So we have access to all the tasks, and here we can now choose. Now we need actually to know which is the current task. We need to know the current task. So I think we should add another property here. So this is going to be private property, and I always like my private properties to come first. So here we can move down, and in here let's put these public properties. So now here we can add another private property. So private, and here we can call it current task, and this should be of type task, just task, because it's the current task. So this should be an empty object as task. So I just initialize this is just TypeScript. So you can actually leave it without initializing it, but I think it's okay to initialize it this way. So it's an empty object of this type of task. All right. So when we start a task, we now want to take the current task, and we want to equate it to task. So it's going to be this particular task here, task.find. So we want to find so what we want to do is, from this particular task, which is an observable, we want to find which of the task in here has this ID. So that is exactly what we are trying to do here. So we are using tab to get access to all the tasks in here, and now we want to take our current task that we just defined, and we are going to equate it to the task.find. So .find actually takes in a callback function, and here we take the task. So in here we want to return task.id equal to the task ID that we are going to get. So we are going through all the list of tasks, and we want to find the particular one that the ID is the same thing as the ID we are going to be receiving from our start task, wherever we call the start task. So now we can save this. Now there is the next thing we need to do now is to actually take this task subject. Remember, we defined this task subject, which we want to keep track when a task is selected or when a task is not selected. So all we need to do now is to grab that task subject. So here, still inside the tab, we now take the task subject, which is this, and we call next on it. And what do we want to do? We want to pass in the current task. So it's going to keep track of the current task. That is all we are going to do here. And the next thing we are going to do is to simply call the subscribe here, because we are not going to be subscribing to this particular method in the TS file. We just simply want to call it. So here we can simply add subscribe, and you save this file. Now we have the current task. Let's add a method that actually returns that particular current task. So we can simply add public method gets current task. So you'll be able to know which of the tasks you are working on at the moment. And this we easily return, very simple. So let's return a new object where we destructure the current task. Now let's go back to our start task, which is this particular component. Remember, we were here, and all we want to do in this start task is to use this task service as simple as calling the start task, and we just have to pass this selected ID. This is all we want to do. So when we pass this ID, remember, if we go back to the service, so here in the task service, when we start a task, we have this task subject that actually keeps track of when a task is selected. So this task subject at the moment is going to hold this particular current task. So now we can go back to this particular daily planner component. Remember, inside this template, we add this current task and we add this particular one. So we want to show this only if there is a current task. We want to show this. So that means we need if, and now we need to add the condition. So here we can simply use a public property here, and we need to check if there is a task, if there is an ongoing task. So here we can say task started, and this is going to be Boolean, and initially is going to be false. So now we need to implement the on init. On init, you have to import this from at Angular core, and before the on init, let's actually bring in the task service. So here let's add our constructor, and in our constructor we simply want to bring in the task service here. So here let's use, as usual, private, and this should be of type task service, this here. So in our on init, we want to use this. So we say task service. Now we want to use this task subject here. Remember, this task subject is going to hold a task if there is, so we go back here, remember? So here we know that we have access to the current task. We have access to current. Okay, you see, we are getting this error because this is an observable. We need to subscribe. Okay. So now we want to check if current task. So if there is a task, we just want to take the task started, and of course this should be true, as the task started should simply be false. That means there is no current task. So this is the same thing as if task is not equal null. So you can either use this or the other way around. So if there is a current task, this should be true, otherwise it should be false. Now remember, currently we can see everything here, including the current task. So now we can use this condition to actually decide which one of these we want to show first. So here we can just use if. So if there is no current task, there is no started, okay, there is no task started. And here we use if there is a task started. As simple as this. Now let's go back to the page now, and you see no current task. When you actually select a task, now we have the current task. Good. Let's go straight to the current task component and work on that. So in the current task component, let's remove this, and in here we can also use the math card, and this takes the math card. We've used this several times now. So here we put the math card header. So all we need to do is to just use the math card content. So you can also use the math card without the header or without the actions. You can use just the math card content in this case. And in here we simply want to put put a div, and this div simply should just contain the h1, and here we just say you are currently working on So in here, we want to specify the current task. But remember, we want to specify which of the tasks a user is working on, which is the task the user choose in this start task. So currently, let's leave the space here and we are going to complete this later. So after this H1, let's add yet maybe H2. And in here, we just say you have, so here we want to write the number of time, minutes to complete this task. And after the H2, we can add a paragraph. And in here, we can see the goal is, so here we add the task description. So in here, we have the task description. Now, let's look at this. How do we actually have access to the current task? Remember, we already did that in the service. So if you go back to the service, which is this, remember, we already added the method. So our work is simpler. You see how important service is in Angular application. So we can simply go back to this current task. And in here, we can just add the public. And here we can just say current task. And this simply is of type task, which we have to bring from our interface. And initially, this is going to be an empty task. And in this case, you are going to get an error. So we can just, because it's missing some properties, which is ID, name, and description. So here you can just simply say as task and the error should be gone. So here, let's bring in our constructor. And in the constructor, we want to inject this service. So here we want to inject, let's use private, and this should be the task service. And this is of type task service. So now, as usual, we need to implement the onInit method. Now, after the constructor, let's add our ng onInit. And now let's grab the task service dot. So we want to get current task. Good. And this actually should just give us the current task. So here we can just take the current task and we equate it to this. So now we have access to the current task. So inside our template here, when we say you are currently on, inside here now we can use string interpolation, and here we can use the current task dot name. And for the time here you have, we can then use current task dot time. And here for the description, we remove this, and now we can add current task. When we save this and go to the page, start task, when you choose a task and start a task, you see we have this at the moment. All right, now let's add one more thing to that. And after this div, let's simply add something like a progress bar. So we can add the math progress bar, which is coming from Angular material. You can check that out. And to use this, we need to add it to the Angular material model. So in here, we need to import. So here we are gonna import the math progress bar. So at Angular material / progress bar, this particular one. And in here, we need the math progress bar model, this. So let's simply add this to both the import and the export. Okay, now if you check out to use this math progress bar from the Angular material, you will see that we need to pass something here. First, we need to pass the mode. And in this case, we want to use the determinate. And if you are using the determinate, that means you need to pass the value. So here, let's pass the value. And in this case, the value is going to be the task progress. So here, let's write task progress. And that means we need to add this task progress as a property in our TS file. So let's go back to the TS file and do this. But before doing that, after the math content, we can now add the math card action. So here we can add the math card actions, and in here let's simply add a button. And remember, to make it an Angular material button, we need to add the math button. So let's give it a color of accent in this case, because what we want to do here is to actually stop the task. So here we say stop task. And now on this button, we need to add a click listener. So let's add an event. And here we say on stop task. Good. So now we need to add first this property in our TS, and also we need to add this expression as a method in our TS file, which is this. So first, so here now we can add public, and we call it task progress. And this task progress is going to be of type number. Initially, let's say this is 5. Okay, now we need to add this particular expression as a method in our TS file, which is the on stop task. So here we can add a public method, and we call it on stop task. So for now, let's save this and see what we have. If you go back to start task and you select any task, we have this. So this is our progress bar, and it is not looking good. So first, let's tie this page before we continue. So first, let's grab the math card, and on the math card, we want to give it a padding top of 2.5 rem, and we also want to give it a width of, let's say, 80%. And now let's give it a margin. So the margin should be 0 up and down, and auto for left and right. So when you go back here and start the task, we have this at the center. So now let's tie this a little bit. So inside the math card, we can grab the div. We can also grab the paragraph. And for this, we can test align center. So the next thing we need to grab is the P. So now let's grab the math card actions and actually style this of, let's say, 100%. And also let's make it display flex. And now we can simply justify content to the center, and that will push the button to the center. So if you check out this now and then you start a task, you see the button is at the center. Now let's also add the progress. So the value of this, let's add it beneath the taskbar. So let's go back here. Now here we have the taskbar, and under this, let's simply add a paragraph. And here we are just going to output the progress, which is this, the task progress. And let's save this. So let's give this a class of, maybe we can simply call it progress. So we want to grab the P here. Now we can simply grab the P that has a class of progress. And now let's tie this. First, let's increase the font width. So let's give it a font width. And now let's increase the font size. So we can give it a font size of 2 rem. And also let's push it down a little bit. So let's give it a padding top, or maybe let's use margin top, because the P is an element on its own. So here we can simply use the margin top. And in this case, I think margin top of 2 rem should be okay, or 1.5 rem. Let's see. Let's check this. Okay, you can style this page to your taste, but for now, I think this is okay. So the next thing is, we don't just want to have a constant value for this particular toolbar. So we want this toolbar, when a user starts a task, this should start actually counting based on the number of minutes the user have to complete the task. So for now, let's go back to our TS file. So in the TS file for now, we can simply, but to do that, I think we should actually add a private method that handles that. So here we can, for now, let's use the normal set interval. So here, let's use the set interval. Let this method handle the tracking of this task progress. And for now, let's say this method should return void. Now let's use the set interval, and the set interval actually expects a callback function. And in here, we also need to pass a delay. And this is where we need to use our time. So from the current task, we already have the time for that particular task. So in here, let's simply add our task steps. So that is how we want the toolbar to move. And in this case, we simply equate this to the current task. From the current task, we have access to time. And we want to divide this time by 100 because the progress bar is in percentage. And now we are going to multiply it by 1000. And now we can pass the task steps here too. So in this place, we can simply take our task progress. So we take our task progress and we simply need to equate it to task progress plus, for now, let's increment it by 5. And let's save this and see what happens. But before anything is going to happen, we need to call this undo task interval. So in our ng on init, we simply call this particular function. And let's save this file and go back to the current task. So when you start a task, we have this, and you see this is updating. But there is one more thing we need to look at, because now, okay, let's just hold on for a few minutes, and this will keep going. We don't want this to be more than 100%. By the way, let's go to the template, and here let's simply add percentage, and let's save this. So how do we actually make sure that this is no more than 100%? And that is why here we should add another property. In this case, this is going to be a private property. And here we are going to call this the task program. We are going to call this maybe the task interval also. So let's use the task interval. Now we can take the task interval. And now in here, we want to check if the task progress, is greater than or equal to 100. We simply want to call the clear interval function. And which interval do we want to clear? This particular task interval. This. And now let's save this and go back to the page. So now let's choose a task. And you see now we have 100% and it stopped. Good. Now what is the goal? When we click on this top task, we actually want to use another Angular material feature. So when we click on this task, we want to open a pop-up. Now let's go to the Angular material documentation and let's see how we can actually use a dialog. For instance, when you click on pick one, you see this pop up. This is exactly what we want to do. And this is very simple. So this is basically the simple HTML code that we see. But in the TS file, a lot of things, we have a lot of code here in the TS file, because you see when you click on this, this is a component on its own and it is rendered programmatically. So let's go straight and implement this step by step. To do this, actually, we are going to create another service. And in this service is going to handle our pop-up. So we create a new service and we are going to simply call it pop-up service or the dialog service. just to break things little by little so that we all understand how this works. So now let's create another file, and for this we are going to call it popup.service.ts. And as usual, we've seen that a service is simply a class. So here we export a class and we are going to call it popup service, following the same naming convention. But on top of this, let's add the @injectable, which is coming from @AngularCore, and in here we can use the provided in here. Let's use the root. Okay, so in this service, what we want to do now is to implement the dialog. Is to implement the Angular material dialog. So to do that, in here, first let's define the constructor method. And in this constructor method, we are going to inject yet another thing. So here, let's call it private, and we are going to call it dialog. So we need to inject the math dialog, which is coming from Angular material. But now you see we don't have access to this. That is because this is another module on its own. So we are going to import the Angular material math dialog module. So here now we can add import. We want to import from @Angular material /dialog, as simple as this. And here we want to bring in the math dialog model, this. And now you need to add this to both the import and also the export. So here it is the math dialog model, this. And now we can save this file. So if you go back to this pop-up service now, and now let's search for math dialog, you see we get this particular help. But we want to use this actually to open a pop-up, which is another component on its own. And that means we need to add one more component. We need to create one more component. Created all the components for this project using the Angular CLI. So for this case, the case of pop-up, let's simply create this manually so that we also see how we can create a component manually on our own and make it work. So still in this app folder, under the components, now I'm going to add another folder which I'm going to call pop-up. So this is going to be pop-up, and inside this pop-up folder, let's create another folder. And we are going to call it cancel task pop-up. And now let's save this. So inside this cancel task pop-up, we now need to create, first we need to create cancel task dot component dot ts. And also we need to add cancel task pop-up dot component dot, we need the html, which is a template. And also let's add one more for the styles. So this will be .component.scss. And now inside this particular component, we simply export a class. A component is also a class, as we know, and this should be cancel task. So following the naming convention, so this should be cancel task pop up. And to make this a component, we need to add a decorator, which is this particular component decorator, which is coming from @AngularCore. And this decorator actually requires two important things. Number one is a selector, and number two is a template. The style sheet is optional. So you see that when you now add first a selector and second you need to add a template, and you see that the error will be gone. So for now, first let's add the selector, and for the selector we are going to use app/selector. cancel task pop-up. And you see, we still have this error. And when you hover on this error, you see that the component is missing a template. So the next thing we need to add is a template. Is either you add a template and add your HTML code here, or already we have a file for our template. So we need to use the template URL. And in this case, you pass the path, which is this. So you see, we don't have any error again. So it is not a must to actually include the style sheet here, but the template and the selector is very important. But in our case, still we want to pass our style URLs, and this take arrays. It takes an array of all your style sheet. So in this case, we just need to pass this. And now this is now a component. So now in this particular, let's go back to the service. So here in the pop-up service, now let's go to the service. Okay, before going to the service, let's actually go to the component we created, and let's go to the templates file, which is this. In here for now, let's simply add h1, and here we are going to say pop-up works or whatsoever, just for us to see something when we open the dialog. And now we can go back to the service, and in the pop-up service, we want to programmatically render this cancel task pop-up that we created. How can we achieve this? So here in the pop-up service, let's simply add a public method that handles the opening of this particular cancel task pop-up, and here we are going to call it the cancel task, just as the name implies. So we are going to call it the cancel. Inside this method, we simply want to return. So let's return. Now we can take the dialog and we want to open this dialog. And what do we want to open? Inside this place, we need to pass the component. You see, we're even getting some help. We need to pass the component that we want to open. And in this case, it is the cancel task pop-up component. This is the component we want to open. So let's just save this for now. And now let's go and call this particular cancel task dialog. And remember, we want to call this in the current task. So let's go back to the current task component. When you click stop task, so in here, now we want to call that method. But remember, the pop-up dialog is inside the pop-up service. So here we also need to inject that. We call it the pop-up service. And it is the pop-up, so the pop-up service. So once this is clicked, we simply want to grab the pop-up service and we want to call this method. So now we should actually see the dialog open. So let's go back to our project and on start task, and now let's click on this. You see pop-up works. Good. Now let's go to this pop-up component and actually do more. Good. But the next question is, inside this pop-up cancel task dialog, so let's go to this cancel task. You see here we opened a component and we are opening this component. Actually, we called this method from the current task. How do we get access to the current task or the current task ID? How do we get access to that in the cancel task component? So in here where we called this dialog, we can simply pass anything we want. So first we can pass the task progress. We can also pass the current task. So let's do that. In here we can pass the task progress, and also we can pass the current task. So let's go back to this. We are getting this error because in the method, in this particular method, we were not expecting any parameter. We were not expecting anything. So in here we need to pass those parameters. So let's go back here. Here we passed the task progress, and also we passed the current task. So let's go now and add it as a parameter. So let's go back here, and in here we expect to get the task progress, and this task progress, we see that it's number of type number, and we also want to get the current task, and the current task is of type task. Good. Now we can also add the comments to this. So we can add the comments to this. Okay, so if you are using Windows, you can simply press, once you press this backslash, and then you start typing ***, you get this app, just hit enter, then it will generate this automatically for you. Good. So here now you can add any comment you want. So now we have access to task progress and also the current task. But the question is, when we open this dialog, how do we pass in the task progress and the current task? This is very simple. We can do that by actually adding a comma here, and in here we can simply pass an object, and here we can define anything we want to pass to this particular component. We can now define anything we want to pass. In our case, let's add data, and this should not take an object. So data, let's define this as an object. Now we pass in the current task, which is this, and also we want to pass the task progress. So we can just pass task progress, comma, then current task. Now with this, we have access to the current task and the task progress, yet in this particular new component. If you're on Mac, you press command and you place your cursor on this, you can click this and it will take you to the component. If you're on Windows, you can use control instead of command. Good. Now here in the component, remember, if you go back here, we now have access to this data object. How do we access that now in the component, in this cancel task component? So I'm going to pause for 2 minutes for you to go through the documentation and actually see how you can do that. Everything you need to know is in the documentation. All right, I hope you were able to do that. So the next thing we need to do here, in order to have access to the data we are passing, we need to also inject something from Angular material. So we need to inject a particular service from Angular material. So to do that, we already know for us to inject a service, we need our constructor. We need our constructor. So here in this constructor, we can now bring in, so here let's call it the dialog ref. So this is like a reference to the dialog we opened programmatically. So here is going to be of type maths dialog, and this maths dialog ref actually takes a generic type, and in this case we are going to pass in the component itself, this component itself. So here we need to close this. Good. And now we need to inject. So here we use the inject, and in here we inject the maths dialog data. It is the maths dialog data, this first one. And with this, we now have access. So here we can simply say private data. You can use public, but since I'm not going to be accessing this outside this class, I simply use a private. So here we use data. Now we have access to the data we are passing. Remember, the data, we have access to this just by doing this. The next thing we want to do, we want to use this data in the template. And this is not possible because the data is a private. Here we use private. If you change it to public, you can directly use it in the template. But to make our code more easy to understand and also making it a little bit cleaner, we now need to implement the ng on init. So here we now need to implement the on init lifecycle method. And after the constructor, we will be forced to add the ng on init. And now on ng on init, here now we can add a public, and we can simply call this task progress. And we know that this task progress should be of type number. And we can also add another public property. And for this, we are going to call it the current. We call it the current task. And this current task is simply of type task. And now on ng init, we want to take the task progress and we're going to equate it to data dot, remember, task progress. This is not difficult. Look at this. We have this data object, then we have task progress, then we have current task. This data object is what we are bringing in here. So now we also need to do the same thing for this current task. So we grab this current task and we are going to equate it to data dot current task. And now we can save it. So now in the template, we now have access to the task progress and we now have access to the current task. Here we can simply add a div and let's give it a class of, let's say, pop-up. And inside this div, let's simply add h1. And here we can just say, are you sure you want to do this? Okay. And after this, we can just add the p and we say your current progress is, and here let's use interpolation, and we are going to bring in the task progress here. And after that, let's add another div. So let's give this a class of btn, and inside this div, let's simply add two buttons. So here we have the first one, which should just say go back. Here we can say go back, and we can add another button, and this one should just say cancel task. And now we need to make this Angular material button by adding the mat, either mat button or mat raised button. And here we can notice something. So here let's add the mat button and save this file. Now let's go to the page again here, and now let's start a task and let's try to cancel this. Now we have this. You see that the mat button, the Angular material, is not working for this, and this is because we did not add this particular component to the app module. We did not add it to the app module component. So here in the declaration, we need to add the cancel task pop-up component and save this. Now let's go back here, and now let's save this file and see what we have. When you cancel this, you see that the mat button is working already. This is very important to understand. Initially, we did not add this to the app module. We did not add this to the app module. Remember that for all the components we used, they are all imported here in the app module. For the Angular material modules, we have a special module that handles that, which is this. We have for our routing. So each of these components here now have access to everything you import here. Now, when we did not add this cancel task pop-up component, it is not a standalone component. So how will this component have access to the Angular material modules if we do not import it here? And that is why we have to add it to the declaration. And of course, it is also imported into this file. I hope you understand how this works. Good. Now let's go back to where we are. And here, let's use, instead of mat button, we can use the mat raised button. And for this go back, we can give it a color of, let's say, primary. And here we can also use the matte raised button, and for this we give it a color of accent. And now we can save this. So let's style this page a little bit. So first, let's grab the pop-up. So we add a class of pop-up, and let's just give it maybe a padding of, let's say, 1 rem. Now inside this, we can also grab the BTNs, and for this we are going to make it display flex, and also we are going to justify content to maybe, let's say, space between. And first, let's give it the width should be 100%, and let's save this. And now we should have some breathing space inside this pop-up. Okay, so let's check the class on these buttons. Actually, for this, let's remove this, and instead let's just give it a gap of maybe 1 rem. And here let's add s to this class. Now let's go back and check what we have. Now let's cancel this. I think this is a little bit manageable. So for now, we can actually continue. Click on stop. You see the progress is now 45. When you go back or cancel, nothing happens because now we need to work on that. So on each of these buttons, let's now add a click event, and on here we can just say on go back, just as the name implies. And for this we can just say on cancel task. So this should be a click event, and here we say on cancel task. So let's add this in our TS file. So here let's save this file. Of course, our application is going to break, and here it is going to be a public method because we are calling it outside this particular file. And first we add this, and also let's add the second one, which is on go back. And now we can save this and everything should be okay. So on go back, what do we want to do? We simply want to grab this dialog ref, and we are just going to close it. So on go back, we simply want to grab this dialog ref. So this is the reference. So when you come to this and you start this and you cancel it, that is the reference to this particular small dialog. So here we are going to call the close method. And since it is go back, that means you are not canceling the task. So on go back, we can simply pass null here. And for the second one, we do the same thing also, because when any of those buttons is clicked, we want to close that dialog. So we get the dialog, and now we call the close method, but now we need to pass in something. So if we are truly canceling the dialog, here we can just say true. Here we can also use false, because in this case we are not canceling the task. We can use null, we can use false. So here we can just use the same thing for consistency. So now when you go to that dialog and click any of those buttons again, the dialog actually should be closed. So here when you start this and you click on this, you see it's closed. So that is actually how to use matte dialog from Angular material. Now let me explain what is happening here. Now in this case, we close this dialog and we pass false. We can actually pass null, and we can decide to pass nothing. In this place, these values are actually because we are going to make use of this information in another page, because when we close that dialog, we now want to get more information. What happened in any of those buttons? What happened when the dialog was closed? Here we can pass any data, we can pass anything, but in this case we simply pass true. True means the task, the user actually cancelled the task. False means okay, the user clicked go back. That means the task was not cancelled and it is continued. So now we want to go back so that when you click on this and you cancel the task, we want to return back to the planner. When you click on this and you click on go back, we want to continue with the task until you complete it. So let's go and finish up with that. So now to achieve this, we have to go back to the current task component. And in the current task component, which is this particular component, remember this is where we opened. So this is where we called this particular method that actually handles the opening of the cancel task pop-up component. So where we opened this in here, now we now have access to another thing. So we now have access to, let's close this so that you can see what I am doing very well. So in here, remember here, let's go back here because this is very important. Here, this is just a method that opens this and we are returning this. So by returning this, wherever you call this method, you now have access to what happened when this pop-up was closed. Like what happened, you have access to what is happening in this particular component. So let's go back now. And here, when we close this, we can now call another method. And that is the after closed method. So that is the after closed. And in this case, we call this after close. After close is an observable. And now we need to subscribe to this. So we subscribe to this. You see how Angular material actually go ends in ends with Angular and with observables. Now in this particular subscribe method, we now have access to the results from the components, from the pop-up component. So here we can simply say result. And now what do we want to do? So let's take this result. Remember we passed false in the case of go back. That is so let's go back here. So here, remember we passed false. Here we passed true. So this result is actually the false and the true. So first, let's do something before we continue. So here, let's console.log result. Console.log this result. So you see what happens. Now let's go back, and here we are going to open our console. So if you're on Mac, you can simply press Option Command and you press J. That will take you straight to the console. And here now, let's simply start a task. So here, and then when I click stop and I go back, you see we get false. When I click start and I cancel this, you see we get true. Good. Now I hope you understand what we are doing. So this is the result we are getting. Let me open this so you also know where we are. So now in this result, we now want to do something. We now want to check if the result is true. That means the task was actually cancelled. If the result is false, that means we need to continue with the task. So here now we need to check if result. You can actually check if result is equal to true, but that is the same thing as saying if result, because this will only give you truthy. So if it is true, then we want to do something. So we now want to grab the task service. Remember, in the task service, we have the cancel. Now, in the task service, we now need to import another, we need to implement another method. So which is the cancel task method, because if result is true, that means the task was cancelled. So if you go back to this, cancel task we passed true. So if result is true, we now need to go to our task service and actually add one more method to that. So now let's go back to our task service, this. So here we added a method for the start task. We also need to add another method for when a task was cancelled. We now need to add another method for when a task was cancelled. So in here, we can simply add a public method, and here we simply call it cancel task. And this cancel task, actually, we need to pass the task progress when this task was cancelled. And this task progress, we already know that it is of type number. And this actually is going to return null. So it's going to return void. So we can add the return type here. And now what do we want to do? We want to, now let's go back to what we have here. We have the current task. Here we have the list, the task. Now we have current task. Can we also add another property? Here we need to add another property, which is going to be the done task, either finished or unfinished. Once a user starts a task, we have access to the current task. Now we want another, maybe like an array that is going to host every task the user have started, like either the user finished it or not. So now here we need to add a private, and this we are going to call it done tasks. And this is of type, so let's just make this a type of task, and this is going to be task array, and initially is going to be an empty array. So now when a user cancel a task, we want to grab the done task, and now we want to push this task that was cancelled, which means we need to destructure the current task. So we need to destructure this dot current task, and here we want to change some things. First, we want to take the task state. Remember, the task state, it's either new, finished, or cancelled. So when a user cancels this task, we want to change that to actually cancelled. And that means we need to add another method when a user actually completes this particular task. And now we can also add the time. And in this case, let's add the time that the user actually cancelled this task. And this will be the current task.time. And in here, we want to multiply it by this task progress we are getting. And now we are going to divide it by 100 because the task progress is in 100. And we can save this. Now, once we do this, because the task was cancelled, we need to take the current task and we are going to equate it to null because there is no longer a current task. And the next thing we also need to do is to grab the task subject, and for this task subject, we are going to now nest. So now we nest null because there is no current task. The user already cancelled the task. Let's add one more method here, and that is also going to be a public method, and this is the opposite of cancelled, when a user actually finished the task. So when a user finished the task, remember, for this pop-up is either you go back. Going back means you actually want to complete that task. So what should happen if you go back? That means if the result is false, you did not cancel the task. So here we just have to, we don't need to pass in anything. We just have to grab the done task, and we now push just the same thing we did here. So to save our time, we can simply grab everything here because it's going to be the same logic. So we can just grab everything here, but still we can just type this out so you understand. So first we are passing an object, and normally we are supposed to pass, instead of passing an object, we are supposed to just do, so we can remove this and just, here, let's do this. Normally, we are just supposed to push the current task. But the question now is, how do we know if this task was actually finished? How do we get the state of the task? How do we check the time this task was completed? And that is why we actually need to pass an object here of type task. That means we need to actually destructure the current task. So we destructure this dot current task. And now we can now change, just like this, we change the task state. And here it is going to be finished. And also we now also add the time. So, and now we can also add the time, and we might not also add, that is not necessary. So the next thing we want to do here is actually to do the same thing. And in this case, the current task. So we take the current task, which is this. So we grab the current task and we equate it to null also, because there is no longer current task. The user actually finished the current task. The user actually completed the current task. And now we can take the task subject, and also we need to nest null. And now we can save this. So we can now go back to our current task. So in our current task in here, if the result is true, we now want to grab the task service, and now we are going to call the cancel task. Remember, we now need to call the cancel task. So here is going to be cancel task, and cancel task is expecting the task progress. As simple as this. If the result is not true, so else, if the result is not true, that is, if the result is false, first we need to call the undo interval. So we call the undo interval, undo task interval. So we call this, and also before calling this, we also need to, so we call the undo task interval. Now going to this undo task interval, before clearing the interval, if task is actually greater than or equal to 100, in here we now want to bring in the task service, not the task interval. Now we use the task service, and now we need to call the finished task. And now we can save this. All right, now let's go to this page and see what we have. Now when you start a task, for instance, and now you cancel this task or you go back, this is not a good behavior. Let's actually go back and see why that is happening. So whenever you call this undo task, remember when you click on that button, it calls the stop task, and if it is go back, it is actually calling this undo task, which actually takes the task progress and automatically increments it by 5. And that is why if you click this again and go back, it's going to add 5 to this. So let's do another check. So let's also add this edge case. So if task progress is less than 100, that is the only time we want to increment this. So let's go back and see if this works. So when you click on this, and now when you click go back, it does not add to it. Good. Okay, but when this task is completed, we're actually supposed to redirect back to my planner. So let's check why that is not working. Because on finished task, let's go back to this method. We see that the current task becomes null, and now we passed this null to the task subject. And in our daily components, in our daily planner component, we're actually checking if current task. Oh, see what we did. So here it is not just false, but we want to take the task started and want to equate it to false. And now let's save this file. So that means whenever the task subject, remember this is the task subject, we are passing the current task. So if there is a current task, let's go back here. If there is a current task, we want to render this Whenever there is no current task, then we want to render our app current task. So let's see if this actually works. So let's start the task and let's actually go back. Okay, you see now we are here. Let's start a task and also cancel the task and see where we go to. Let's select study for an exam. And now when we cancel it, you see we are back to this page. This is very nice. And now we now have access to the list of done tasks. So remember, we now have access to the list of done. When you start a task, we're actually saving that. And now we have access. But there is something we also need to check. When we click on stop task, this actually, the interval should actually stop. So let's go back and check what we did. In the current task, so in the current task, when we click on stop task, in this place, actually, we bring in the cancel task. But before doing all this, I think we needed to just call clear interval, and we need to pass the interval, which is a task interval. And let's save this and see what happens again. So start task, and this starts, we click on this, you see it's paused, and now when you go back it continues. Good, that is what we want. And guys, you see how you can actually check for some edge cases on your own and improve this project based on how you want it. So now the last thing we need to do is to re-implement. Remember, we implemented math table here. So here now we want to see only the list, a table showing the done task, whether either cancelled or finished. But now we are going to add pagination, we are going to add filtering, and we are going to also see sorting using Angular. So let's finish up, and that is the last part of this project. So now we need to go to the past task component. So now let's just follow the same way we did the other time. So here, let's just give this div a class of main, and inside this div now, I want to bring in the first, let's add the table. So we've seen that to add the table, you simply need to use the table, and this inside this table, we need to actually add the math table, and that is to make it Angular material table. And after that, we need to bind to a data source, which is going to be a data source we have to add to our TS file. So here we need to add bind to a data source. And in order to prevent this error, we can actually go straight here and add that data source. So here we can say public, and we call this data source. And for now, we also saw from the last session that this should be new, and here is going to be math table. So it's going to be math table data source. And this math table data source, we saw that it takes a generic type, and this we are going to pass of type task, and we also need to actually call this. So we can now save this and go back, and we see we go back to the past task, you see that the error is gone. Remember, for the table, we just have to repeat ng container based on the number of columns we want in our table. So first, let's just add ng container, and we can close this. And in this ng container, we now need to pass our th and our th. But before the th and the th, we need to give it a math:dev. So here we need to add the math:dev, which is this. Here, let's pass the id, and here we can pass our th. And for this th is going to, here we add maths. So we did this before now. So here it is the math header cell. And here we are going to use the math header cell dev. So math header cell dev. And here we need to remove this. And after this, we also need to add, so let's call it ID. After the th, we need to add the td, and for the td, we need to add the math cell. So here it is the math, simple. So math cell dev, and this is going to be equal to let element, and we already know that let element is actually like going through this data source. So we already know that we are going to have access to element.id, element.id. And now we save this. We are almost done. So under this ng container, we are going to repeat this ng container now based on the number of columns we want. But after that, the two most important things to add, just as we've seen from the first implementation of math table, that here we need to now add the tr, and here in the tr we need to add the math header. So here it is going to be the math header row, and we are going to add the math header row cell dev, and this is going to be equal to displayed. And this display columns, we need to add it in our ts file. And after this particular one, we need to add another tr, and this is going to be the math row. And also now we need to add the math row dev. So here is going to be math row dev, and this now is going to be equal to let row, and we give a semicolon, and now we add the columns, and these columns should be of our displayed, just like this. We don't need to pass anything here. We don't need to pass anything here. So now let's save this. And for this to work, this is actually columns. Columns, there is n here. If we go to the page, we should not see anything for now. So you see, this is not even working. This is because we now need to add this to the ts file. So here in the ts, just the way we added the data source, we now need to add, maybe we can also call it public property, and this is going to be equal to an array. For now, let's say id, and let's save this and go back to this page. Go to past task. This still is not working, and this is because, let's actually go to the template, and here it is let columns, not the, we added the wrong spelling. You see, now this is back. So actually we should see the ID on the page already. That means something must be wrong with our implementation. So let's go through what we did. No, this shouldn't be math header cell dev. No, this is not math header cell dev. So this should be math header row dev. And now we should see the ID on the page, which is this. Very good. So now the next thing we are going to do is actually to repeat this based on the number of columns we want. So we can go to our display table here, and now we have an ID. We can also add the name. We can add the description, and this should actually be a string. And also we can add the time, and we can also add the task state. So here we can say task state, and remember we need to put this here. Okay, so I think this is enough. So let's just go back here, and and remember we just have to copy this now and repeat it. So the most important thing is these two rows here, and remember we've explained this before. So here we just paste this, we paste this again, we paste this, and for this is gonna be the name, and here we know we want to label this name, and this is going to be .name, and for this is going to simply be the description, and this is going to be .description, and okay, this also is going to be description, and this is going to be time, and here we have .time, and the label should be time, and lastly, we are going to have the task state. So here, let's copy this one more and we paste this. So here is going to be task, and here we write task state, and this is going to be dot task state. And now I think our table should be ready. We now have this. We don't have data because in our data source, so let's go to this. In our data source, we just initialize this here. We are yet to populate it with our own data. Here, we need to implement the onInit method. So you simply write implement onInit. And in here, we now have to add the ng onInit method. But now we want the done task. The done task, either finished or cancelled. So that means we need to inject a service, and that is going to be our task service. So we can simply say private, and this should be task service, and it is of type task service. And of course, we have to finish this. So now in our task service, we can go back to this task service. We have this done task. Remember, this is an array containing the list of all the tasks a user either finished or completed. But the problem now is this is a private property, so we don't have access to this. And that means we need to add another method, and this is simply going to be a public method, which is just get done tasks. And in here, it's as simple as we just return an array, and then we can just destructure the done, not the current task, but we return the done task. All right, so now we can go back to this place. So we can go back to the past task, and on ng onInit, we simply want to grab our data source. So we have our data source dot data, remember, dot data, and this is going to be equal to our task service dot get done task, this, and now we call this. So now when you start a task, for instance, visit my friend, I like this task so much, and then you cancel it and go to past task, you have this. When you also choose another one, maybe now let's study for exam, and you cancel it, you see it is updating based on the number of time we have. So if you click on go back, this continues. If you cancel it, then we have this also. So you now have the task 2, you have the task 3. You can also add the task. So here I can just say it, hey, I want to, and you add this task. Now let's go to start task, and now you have access to it. You can also start this task. Anyways, I'm not hungry, I can cancel this task. So here in the past task, you now have access to it. But remember, when you refresh this page, this is going to be empty because we are not using any backend. We are not fetching data from anywhere. We only have this particular list, which is this particular 4 items we added manually in our service. So now let's look at how we can actually filter this, and that is what we are going to do next. First, in order to use filter using the Angular material, first outside the math table, so this is our math table. Inside this div, we can simply add maybe math form field, and in this math form field, let's simply add input field, and this should be of type text, and let's make this math input, and also let's give it a placeholder, and here we can just say field. Now when you go to this past task, you now have this filter. This is not looking too good, we can actually give this filter a class. So here we can give it a class of, let's say, filter field or filter. So let's grab this filter, and in our style sheet we can simply, for now, we can add this style. Let's close this, and we just have to increase the width for now. So let's give it a width of, let's say, 100%. And let's go back to this page. So for now we have this, not too good. We are going to style this later, and you are free to style this to your taste. But the most important thing is actually to filter whatsoever we have here. So let's go back to this template. So now we have just normal input field, then Angular material input field. In order to filter, we just have to add a key up event. So here we can use the key up event, and we are going to add, so let's add the key up filter, and here we can just say on filter. Here we can just say on filter, and we are going to pass an event here. So here we pass an event. So the next thing is actually to add this as a method in our TS. So in our TS file, we now want to add this as a method. So we can also call it a public method, and we add this. Remember, this is going to get an event. So it's getting an event, and it is of the type event. And this is going to be equal to event. So we need access to the target. Okay. Normally we should say event.target.value, but if you do that, we are going to get an error. So in order to avoid this error, we can simply use event.target, and it is of the type. So we use this as HTML input element. So this should be as HTML input element. This is TypeScript stuff. So in here now we can grab the value. So now all we want to do is actually to grab the data source. So we have access to this data source we defined, and we want to call the filter, and this should be equal to filter value trim. So in case there is a space in whatsoever the user entered, so we want to trim, we want to remove the white space. So dot trim, and then dot to lowercase. So if we saved the templates, let's check if we saved this. So let's save this. Actually, we did not save this. So now let's start task very quick. And now let's cancel this. Let's start one more task, maybe this, and let's cancel this. And we are here. Now let's search for exam. You see, now we can filter. Let's search for Bob. And now we can see the only one with Bob. So let's go back and actually check what we did. So all we did was just to add this particular input, which must be wrapped inside the mat form field. And we just added the key up event, and we are passing in this event. And this actually gives us access to whatsoever the user typed inside the input field. And all we need to do is to call this data source. Actually has a lot. So we have the data, we have the filter, we have sort, we have many things here. So the next thing we want to implement is actually sorting. So now let's go back to the template. And here in the template, in order to use the mat sort, all we need to do here on this particular table element, we only need to add the mat sort. It's as simple as this. But there is something to note while using mat sort. Okay, maybe when we finish this, and we are going to see this particular note. So now on any of these column you want to actually sort, you can now add the mat sort header. So if you want to sort by ID, here you need to add mat sort. So it is the mat sort header, just like this. Now we can copy this and place it on any of the column you want to sort. You can decide not to sort everything. So you might decide not to sort by name, by the way, this description, actually, remember we implemented a pipe which we called the truncate pipe. So let's actually add this pipe, and by default, let's add 30. So now we don't want to sort by description. Let's actually sort by name. So if you are sorting by name, that means here in the T-head, so in the T-head here, the T-head itself, we now need to add the math sort header. If you also want to sort by time, you can add it here. Remember, in the T-head, we add it here. If you want to sort by state, we also need to add it here, and we can save this. Now we have to go to the template. We need access to this math source, and to do that, remember, we can use the @viewChild. So after the public method here, we can now add @viewChild, which must be imported. So @viewChild, we now pass in this math sort, and this math sort here, now we can now add, let's say, sort, and this sort should not be of type math sort, but we are getting an error, so it should be of type math sort, and we save this. Okay, so this math sort is actually coming from, you see, Angular material /sort. So the next thing we now want to do is on ng on init. If we do this on ng on init, it's not going to work because this component is already loaded. So we need to do this after ng on init. So here we now have to also implement the after, so the ng after view init, so this particular one, and this is going to now force us to add the ng after view init method. So here we add the ng after view on init method, after view init method. Now we want to grab this data source, and now we are going to call the sort, and this is equal to our sort, this particular sort here. When we save this and go back to the page, we are not going to see anything. The sorting is not going to work. Normally we should see one arrow, but this is not working, and this is because to use the Angular material math sort, you must also import the math sort model. So we have to go to the Angular material, and in here we need to now import. So we import from @Angular /sort, and we need to import the math sort model, the model itself, this, and now we have to add this to both the import and the export. So we add this here and here, and it is the math sort model. Now we can save this file, and when we save this file, and actually let's try, okay, let's start some task, and let's cancel this task, and now let's go back, and here you see this arrow, but now let's actually start more tasks, and let's cancel this, let's start more so that we can see that the sorting is actually working, and we can cancel this. Now when you go back here, we only have cancelled. Let's actually finish up one task. Now let's go to this past task. So you can sort by time, and you see everything is working. You can sort by name. You can also sort by the task ID, and also everything is working. And this is simply how you can implement sorting using Angular material. The last thing we are going to do is to add pagination. How do we add pagination using Angular material in an Angular app? So to add pagination, all we need to do is to go to our that is our past task. So let's look for our past task. Remember, You can also use Command P if you're Mac or Control P if you're Mac. And here you can search for the particular component you want to go to. So we are looking for the past, and you see you have access to this. So we want to go to the template. So instead of checking, especially when you are working on a very large code base, you must understand or know how to use a shortcut. So now let's go. Under this table, we now want to add pagination into, we want to use pagination, but it is also outside the table. Remember, for sorting, it's outside the table. Also for pagination, we need to put it outside the table. And here we just need to use the math paginator, as simple as this, math paginator. And math paginator is a module on its own. So we now have to return back to our material. So Command P or Control P, and you can search for material. And you see, we now have to go back to this Angular material model, and we need to import the paginator module. So here we import from at Angular /paginator this. And here is going to be math. You see, everything is the same way. Math side nav, math. So here it is the math paginator module this. And now we have to add it to both the import and also the export. And here it is the math paginator module, this particular one. Now you can save this file. Always remember to save your file. Now let's go back here. On the math paginator, remember you can always check the documentation. So here we can now define the page size option. So here we can use this page size options, and here we can say 2, 4, and 6. So we just want to show two items on a particular page, because of course, if you have large data, this could be 100, 200, depending on whatsoever you want. You can also use 1 or whatsoever you want. And this is okay for now. Now let's go to the TS file. And in the TS file, we now need access. So we also need to use the view chart, just the way we did for the math sort. So in here, we now use the @view chart. So @view paginator, math paginator. So we save this. In order for this to now work, we now need to go to the after view on init. So here, after view on init, we also want to take the data source, very simple. And now we call the paginator, and we now equate it to our paginator, this particular paginator. When you save this file and now go to the page, here we now have this. Now let's start a task here, and now let's cancel this task. Let's start another task. Let's cancel the task, and in the past task you now have this paginator, and now you can go to the next one. Here we added just 2, so if you choose 4, you should see the whole thing on the page. And this is how we actually use paginator while working with Angular and Angular material. I hope you enjoyed this project. Please remember to subscribe if you actually like this project. Please subscribe. And if you have any question, please, I will appreciate it in the comment section below. And remember, I'm going to leave a link to the complete project in case you want to check this. And if you have anything to tell me, please just drop in the comment section below. I really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining J-GraceCoders. Bye.